the code of conduct. You will never go astray. The moment somebody says something, you say, you draw the person back. You say, go to code of conduct, so section, so it is there. You will never go astray. And I'm sure very soon, by the special grace of Chukwu Abiyama, our leader will be freed. I know that there is light at the end of the tunnel, and very soon we all will be free and go back home. Thank you very much, Mazi, for this evening. I know I've taken so much time, but thank you. It was important that I stressed this point.
Thank you very much, Mother Nyanya. Thank you very much for that. And of course, you have heard it, Biafrans, and of course, the message coming from Wanda Nyanya. She is the head of finance IPOB worldwide, and she have addressed Biafrans this evening. And of course, we must continue. And of course, before we bring this program to an end, I must read an article, and it is very, very important that I read out this article. And of course, I want you to give me your ears and pay close attention to this article that I'm about to read. Of course, it is an instruction from the IPOB leadership that this article must be read out on air. It is coming, of course, from the office of the DOS, and they have instructed us that works on the media and on air to read this out. Therefore, I need to read this, and I want you to give me your attention. All right. It is titled, of course, it is coming from Vanguard. It is coming from Vanguard. So as you can see, it is authentic. And it says, caging a nut case called, you see, I don't like calling this name, but for the sake of this article, I will call out this useless and imbecilic name on air, which is not something I am used to, but let me just do it anyway. But going forward, I want to, well, by the time I'm done reading this article, I'm gonna give you the right name that you should be addressing this scallywags each time you want to address this rubbish that is in Finland. All right, so it is titled Caging a Nut Case called Simon Ekberima. I added that one, of course, to make it what it should be. Of course, there is a madman. So now you got it. There is a madman in Finland. So each time you want to address this imbecilic man, you just say the madman in Finland. And of course, everybody will understand what you are saying, because you cannot be glorifying this useless and non-entity name on our air, or rather anywhere you are talking. So just say madman in Finland. Finish. So I guess we are together and we have got it now. He is called the madman in Finland. There is a madman in Finland who has wittingly or unwittingly joined the enemies of the Igbo nation to destabilize the southeast. Reputed to be a Finnish national and an ex-soldier, the 37-year-old wears costume depicting himself as an Igbo traditional ruler or native doctor, as some say. All right, we continue. He goes on YouTube and internet radio to spew messages he believes portray him as the placeholder for the incarcerated leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's movement. Is committed to the peaceful separation of indigenous people from Nigeria through a referendum. Now I want you to understand, and I want you to be able to, separate the wheat from the chaff. Now, this article is saying that this madman in Finland goes around claiming to be, in place of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And these people are telling you that IPOB, which is being led by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's movement, is committed to the peaceful separation of the indigenous people from Nigeria through referendum. Period. This is what IPOB stands for. Nothing more, nothing less. Listen again. IPOB vision. IPOB movement stands on the separation of the indigenous people. Who are the indigenous people? They are Biafrans from Nigeria through a peaceful referendum. We continue. Kanu was a fringe element who was largely ignored as he operated his internet radio Biafra from the UK. But following Muhammad Buhari's assumption of power in May 2015 and the launch of his anti-Igbo nepotism, Kanu came back to Nigeria and started mobilizing the Igbo youth to support his call for referendum. The federal government cracked down and thousands were killed. Kanu was arrested and detained. IPOB was outlawed and declared a terrorist group even when they were totally unarmed. Of course, we know that IPOB is not a terrorist group, and there is no competent court in Nigeria who have made a stand on that. Let us get that straight. Later, Kanu was granted a bail, and while he waited to continue his days in court, the Nigerian army attacked his home in Afaruku, Ibeku, Umuahia. Kanu was almost killed, but he miraculously escaped abroad and continued his radio broadcast for a peaceful separation from Nigeria. That is what IPOB stands for. The federal government also pushed IPOB towards violent agitation. The extension of a Fulanization and Islamization agenda from the Middle Belt into Igbo land led Kanu IPOB to form an armed vigilante known as the Eastern Security Network, ESN. Now you know why ESN was what? Formed. ESN was formed to protect the land of Biafra. Period. ESN is not an armed wing of IPOB. It's just a security outfit that protects our bushes, protect our mothers, and make Biafra land a living place for our people. We continue. His duty, now we're talking about the duty of ESN, and I want you to pay close attention. His duty was to counter the armed Fulani herdsmen, invaders that enjoyed a free hand to kill, rape, kidnap, destroy farmlands, burn down communities, and occupy such deserted communities, while the federal government looked the other way. ESN was strictly a bush base. Now you listen, a bush base. For those of you who always shout and say, hey, ESN, where are you? Come out to the street. Come and fight this person, fight that person. ESN was not created as a guerrilla war, outfit. ESN was not created to be on your street. ESN was not created to come out and fight whoever. ESN is a bush-based defensive outfit. You go on media, you talk nonsense about ESN. ESN knows their job and they stick to it. So when you don't see them on your street, when you don't see them at your backyard, that is not their base. Their base is in our bushes. If by any chance the leadership decides to, deploy them in your street now and then, it does not mean that they are supposed to be there, but it is because of necessity and emergency. So get that straight. We continue. ESN was strictly a bush-based defensive outfit which never tampered with the lives and property of law-abiding Northerners living in the Southeast. So when you see people going around kidnapping people, calling people on phone calls, telling them to bring some certain amount of money that they are ESN, these are fraudsters. These are not ESM. These are agents of the zoo called Nigeria, deployed to destabilize our land. Before Kanu was extraordinary radiation from Kenya back to the claws of his enemies in Nigeria, he was able to keep his armed men in check. He often ordered actions against his members involved in criminality. Do you hear that? Our leader don't allow our men to get involved in criminality. If he gets any information about criminality going on, he comes on air and speak against it. ESM does not get involved in criminality. We continue. When Kanu was abducted from Kenya, his authority as IPOB leader fell into the hands of the organization's Directorate of State, the DOS, which continued to follow in the footsteps of their leader. It was the DOS that started giving sit at home directive every Monday to keep all right. Yeah. Okay. Now listen. This is the history of this so-called Monday sit at home and how it started and how it stopped before it was hijacked by the madman in Finland. All right. So it was the DOS that started the giving instruction about sit at home directives every Monday to keep Southeasterners focused on their commitment to ensure Kanu's release. The sit at home was widely criticized. Personally, I wrote several articles outlining the unwholesomeness of it. I posted this on how the sit at home impacted negatively on the economic and educational lives of Southeasterners and residents. It prevented them from earning a living on Mondays, thus impoverishing them. It also prevented their children from going to school and taking their exams on Monday, which is an abomination. We also went against IPOB's no election stance, pointing out that forcing people to boycott election was a deprivation of their political rights, which will lead to the emergence of leaders who will work for the enemies against the people's interests. IPOB election boycotts would foolishly give a free rein to their enemies to occupy government and oppress them and the populace. Now, this is the opinion of the writer. Get it straight before you say we are preaching supporting election on Radio Biafra. We don't believe in a political party. We don't believe in all these elections. But this is an article that I'm reading to you because on hey, on Radio Biafra, so you're like that to vote. That is not our stance. The IPOBDOS in obedience. Now listen to this. This is very, very important. The IPOBDOS in obedience to good counsel and their leaders' directive from detention wisely withdrew the Monday sit at home and restricted the order to days when Nnamdi Kanu only appeared in court. Do you understand? We started this sit at home. We stopped it through our leaders' order to DOS. And of course, we limited it to only when our leader goes to court. Meanwhile, Igbo elders commenced their series of engagement with Buhari for diplomatic settlement. Buhari, after initially seeming amenable, suddenly said the court would decide Kanu's fate. The refusal of the federal government to release Kanu after the Court of Appeal discharged him of all counts handed a carte blanche to stray elements like this madman who lives in Finland. The madman in Finland had rejected the DOS moderate pro-engagement stance for Kanu's freedom. He believed that by punishing people of the Southeast, the federal government will be forced to release Nnamdi Kanu. This madman in Finland believes that by starving the people of the Southeast, reducing their children to Alamajiri status due to the lack of education and preventing them from voting, the federal government will release Kanu. How daft! Southeasterners blame Buhari for his hostile policies towards them and for allowing his armed kinsmen to attack the people, while the armed forces, police, and security agencies protected them from the ESN and other self-defense vigilante pushback. But Buhari has never prevented Southeasterners from earning a living, sending their children to school, or voting for candidates of their choice. Buhari has even completed the second. Okay, now that is another story. What has the bad man in Finland done from his cozy hideout in Finland except to order hits and make brainless broadcasts between the madman in Finland and his armed goons, and Buhari and the Fulani militias, who is the greater enemy of our people? The madman in Finland, purely deployed of armed enforcers, has created an atmosphere of anarchy in the Southeast. In a free-for-all atmosphere, anybody can do anything and blame IPOB and ESN. Indeed, they are already doing so. The offices and facilities of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, are being attacked and burned. Who gains? Who else if not the opponent of okay, they mentioned Peter B, but that's not important here. Now, the madman in Finland and his cohort, by jeopardizing the chances of the so-called Igbo presidency, are not just enemies of Nigeria. They are more so of Igbo. And I want to re-emphasize that we don't believe in Igbo presidency. We don't believe. We believe in Biafra. We believe in referendum. And that is where we stand. All right. I think I have done justice to this. Now you know what this article is saying. It is Vanguard. It is It's not IPOB press release, but Vanguard. For once, they are saying the truth. For once, they are exonerating IPOB and ESN from all this mayhem that madman in Finland is causing. Our time is up, and I would like to stop here. I want to thank you all for listening, and of course, thank Nnamdi once again for coming through. And of course, my name's Mazi Ikechukwu Onoha, and I will be back again soon. I promise I will be back, and when I do, I will do an open line to talk to Biafrans once again. But for now, from me, from here, it is goodbye. May God bless Biafra, and of course, I will see you soon. Remain blessed and keep praying for our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Radio Biafra. We saturate the whole of Biafra land. Wherever you are, just touch the dial 102.1 FM. Olu, Owerri, Enugu, Anambra, Abakaliki, Nsukka, Asaba, and many more. Radio Biafra. We got you covered. Radio Biafra, the first and the last.
Because eso Nnamdi Biafra onye ndu yesterday na DSS. What you say with 50? Eso Nnamdi Biafra onye ndu yesterday 5th of December 2022 na DSS. Afambu na Emeka Ejiofor. Abụ m ofu lawyer n'ime ndị lawyers na-ekpere ikpe. O nwere ozi ọ sị ka nzie ịma powerful ka nzikwuo ndị ọzọ ka unu nwee ike iri broadcast ya. Anya bụ ozi bụ na ya nụrụ na na-enwe na nwere ndị chọrọ itinye sit at home 5 days sit at home from 9th of December 2022 to 14th December 2022 minus on the 13th of December 2022. Owesi mungu unu na ndị anụ na ya chi tinye that sit at home bụ ndị achọrọ ka ya pụta from the dungeon ọ nọ. Na ndị a bụ ndị federal government amalami kwụnyere ụgwọ n'aka ha wee tinye ọgba aghara n'ala Igbo wee na-eme sit at home ma nke kwesịrị ime ma nke ekwesịrị ime. Ọ sị a na-edeclare sit at home 5 days n'ala Igbo na December ebe a makwa na December ka ụmụ be anyị ji anatasị ụlọ. When I sit at home of 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, and 14th December, near council gear. Also, Mogwage, a powerful. Mogwa Chinasa, Muru, Mogwa Edozie, that they should broadcast it and cancel the sit at home. They declare from wrongful source. The only person on my Osina when you declare sit at home, but the head of Directorate of States, DOS, Chika Doziem. Any other declaration by any other person from any other quarter is illegal, is unlawful, and must be stopped. Where's nobody? You not support Hindi you not support freedom and action. Should enforce any sit at home on the 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, and 14th of December 2022. Also, Kunu matter now. I like the criminality going on in Igbo land. Anybody involved in kidnapping, in killing of Ndi Igbo, is fighting against the cause of Biafran freedom. Kidnap property their support. That is not the spirit under which IPOB is formed, and that is not the spirit of the Igbo man to kidnap his own, or to steal, or rob, or kill his own. Recruited bandits. Because of so anybody from anywhere, whether in Nigeria or outside Nigeria, a command is kidnap one the mother, especially in the Ibanya. Mosijana Pamutoha, Mosijas Wori, Mosija Buo, Nonyama, Abro Onibo, and Nonyama Abronya, Yanam Ndibo Kusim Meko. That Ndibo, in all ramification, must fight against such people. Biafra or IPOB, Anare Bundinka, Anare Bundibo, Anapurone Bumado, the Hana Trouble Freedom. So, because one of the messages also can see Uno Deha. So, in my powerful, you can rebroadcast it directly as I've said it, or if there to Chalice idea. But these are the words of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu on the 5th of December 2022 when we visited him in the DSS. Myself, Nnamdi Ejiofor, Ifeanyi Ejiofor, and Chief Mike Ozekome SAN. Thank you very much. Jesus Christ. Amen. Because also Nnamdi Ejiofor onye ndu yesterday na DSS. What you say with 50? So Nnamdi Ejiofor onye ndu yesterday 5th of December 2022 na DSS. Afambu Nnamdi Ejiofor. Abụ m lawyer n'ime ndị lawyers na-ekpere ikpe. O nwere ozi ọ sị ka nzie ịma powerful ka nzikwuo ndị ọzọ ka unu nwee ike rebroadcast ya. Anya bụ ozi bụ na ya nụrụ na na-enwe na nwere ndị chọrọ itinye sit at home 5 days sit at home from 9th of December 2022 to 14th December 2022 minus on the 13th of December 2022. That sit at home, from the dungeon honor. Nanda Bundi, federal government and Malami, Punyelogo Naka, Hawetia, Obara and Anibo. When I sit at home, Manke was Lime, Manke was Rime. Also, and they declare sit at home 5 days. Nanibo na December. Eba ama no December ka omubaye di anata suno. When I say na sit at home of 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, and 14th December, near council gear. Also, Mogwage, a powerful. Mogwa Chinasa, Muru, Mogwa Edozie, that they should broadcast it and cancel the sit at home. They declare from wrongful source. The only person on my Osina when you declare sit at home, but the head of Directorate of States, DOS, Chika Edoziem. Any other declaration by any other person from any other quarter is illegal, is unlawful, and must be stopped. Where's nobody? Igbo Igbo. You not support Hindi Igbo name. You not support freedom and action. Should enforce any sit at home on the 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, and 14th of December 2022. Also, Kunu Matana. I like the criminality going on in Igbo land. Anybody involved in kidnapping, in killing of Ndi Igbo, is fighting against the cause of Biafran freedom. Imane kidnap ndị chọrọ ịzụ azọ, Imane ezu property ndị chọrọ ịzụ azọ, ịchọ ka ị na-enweta their support. Also, that is not the spirit under which IPOB is formed, and that is not the spirit of the Igbo man to kidnap his own, or to steal, or rob, or kill his own. Ọdụrụ na ọbara anyị, also ndị na-eme ihe a bụ recruited bandits. Nwere ike na-asụkwa Igbo mana ha abụrụzi ndị Igbo because of omume ha na-eme. So anybody from anywhere, whether in Nigeria or outside Nigeria, a command si kidnap one ndị mmadụ, especially ndị Igbo anyị, ma ọ sị je napụ ha moto ha, ma ọ sị je zuo ori, ma ọ sị je egbuo ha egbuo, na onye anwa abụrụ onye Igbo, and onye anwa abụrụ onye ya na ndị Igbo kwesịrị inwe mmekọ. That ndị Igbo in all ramification must fight against such people. Biafra or IPOB anaghị egbu ndị nke ha, anaghị egbu ndị Igbo, ha anakwụrụ na-egbu mmadụ. Ihe ha na-achọ bụ freedom. So because one of the messages also kanzie unu dị ha. So it's more powerful. You can rebroadcast it directly as I've said it, or if there to Chalice where there. But these are the words of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu on the 5th of December 2022 when we visited him in the DSS. Myself, Nemeke Ejiofor, Ifeanyi Ejiofor, and Chief Mike Ozekome SAN. Thank you very much. Kachukwu Obiama, Ozikwa anyị nchani in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Mama, opportunity. Opportunity. Opportunity.
We, the global family of indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, under the command and control of St. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, they use this medium, they sound this trumpet loud and clear for everybody to hear them, both the deaf and the dead. Say all these people, both big and small, in Biafra land, where they use the name of St. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, IPOB or ESN, they waka krukere, they commit one community or the other, just to grab body and other nonsense for our body in the name of thief, kidnapping, collecting of tax and rate, and different levies, even snatching of cars. All right, later to people saying that to support ESN, then be ESN. Our hand no day at all. Our hand no follow, and they no follow for what we they do. IPOB, ESN, and St. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu na brand name. We no they carry coal at all. Or do for sorrowful things. My people, we no know them, we no send them, and them no follow for waiting with they do. This ones, na another brand of Ekperimas, in another style, in another form, and another shape for this course. Every papa, mama, brother, sister, auntie, uncle, quick match, advise your pikin or brother now. For the leg where they waka krukere, I where they see sharply, they see am. Person where they put hand for water where crocodile they make shakara, waiting they find my brother na palaba, and they go catch am. 2 was not there for the 10. If the dragon where they fly, bitch come you. Now through get the dance, then go play for you, and you must dance that dance. And now before you don't dance that dance finish, your name go become obituary. But the workers of iniquity and the hired laborers, including their sponsors, in different shape and different countries and different towns and in different places, IPOB under St. Nnamdi Kanu go play Funa Surugede, and that music una must dance and it go play and it go show. 2 words no dey for the 10. As we talk am, na so it go be. Enough of awotao everywhere, whether na politicians so or whatever send una, we no one know. Our dragon net go hold una. Remember, the fly wey no dey follow instruction or advice, dey follow dead body enter grave. We the indigenous people of Biafra under St. Nnamdi Kanu no dey carry last at all, and we dey blow this trumpet because when it go begin happen, una go be thy kingdom come, while our name go be thy will be done. This message now from the Obungalicious, charismatic, indefatigable, great indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, the real owners of the land. They bring una this message. This now your opportunity to turn a new leaf.
Opportunity come Mama, opportunity. Opportunity. Opportunity come
Ndio changonoko. Look at them.
Anyị onwe anyị bụ ọha ndị IPOB ma ụwa dum gburugburu bụ the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB. N'okpuru onye ndu anyị bụ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu dị nsọ ji oge a na-afọ opi ike a ka ndị dị ndụ, ndị nwụrụ anwụ na ndị ntị ike nụ ya na anyị onwe anyị bụ ndị nwe ala Biafra gbaa gburugburu na-ekwu ya ugbu a na-ekwusi ike na anyị agaghị anabatakwa kpọmkwem ime onye n'ihu itepọtị ndị ekperimọlụ mmebi iwu na ọchịcha mere heaven oke ha na-ete anyị site n'iji ESN IPOB na aha dị asọ nke Mazi Nnamdi Kanu na-eji egwu ndị anyị chandum n'ụzọ dị iche iche, ịnụ ụtụ dị iche iche, ịtọrọ mmadụ, ịzụ ụgbọala, iji ntụmaka na-ere mmadụ aka point and kill n'ala Biafra. Mbanụnụ nke mere emekpuru ekete ọzọ emekwala. IPOB ESN Mazi Nnamdi Kanu dị nsọ bụ aha nwere agba eji aga mba a na-enye oche pụrụ iche, abụghị ihe ndị na-amaghị nke ha riri. Ọkụkọ amaọcha ha na-adịghị mma ga-emebi na-etekwa une n'ihu ma na-erikwa ndị a na-eme ugu n'ụzọ dị iche iche. Ka m jụọ n'ụlọ onye gbachara apriko gbaa igbe ụzọ zụtara eji eli nna ya, ọkwa onwe na-anaki ụgwọ mọchụarị ya ebe o werekwara aka ya gbuo alili ya. Chineke menụ n'ụlọ ebere. Ya mere papa, mama, broda, anti, ọnkụ, onye ọbụla ghe dụọ nwanyị ọdụ, n'ihi na ọkụkọ ntị ike ga-agbakwa egwu ike ọ gakwa n'ihe n'ofe. Ebe ukwu na-aga njem ọjọọ agadịghị alọta. Anyị onwe anyị bụ IPOB, anyị na-ajụ ugbu ajigbu na-eri n'ihi na ọ bụ ekpegbuo nwa nwaala apụrụ ya gafe ama nna ya. IPOB anyị anaghị ekwukwa n'efu, ọ bụghị anyị na-emechi emechi, ndị ọzọ a na-emebi emebi na-emekasị ihe. Anyị gbakwana nkịtị nwanne, ya bụrụ na nsogbu ga-adị, n'ihi na anyị gba nkịtị arụ abụrụzi omenala kama jishi nkụ agwụnụ. Ebe anwụ m taa ga-adị hụ anwụ mgbuo dọrọ emechi, ndị ọzọ a na-emebi emebi na-emekasị ihe. Anyị gbakwana nkịtị nwanne, ya bụrụ na nsogbu ga-adị, n'ihi na anyị gba nkịtị arụ abụrụzi omenala kama jishi nkụ agwụnụ. Ebe anwụ m taa ga-adị hụ anwụ mgbuo dọrọ emechi ndị ọzọ a na-emebi na-emekasị ihe. Anyị gbakwana nkịtị nwanne, ya bụrụ na nsogbu ga-adị, n'ihi na anyị gba nkịtị arụ abụrụzi omenala kama jishi nkụ agwụnụ ebe anwụnta ga-adị hụ anwụ mgbuo dọrọ.
Okike abịama Chukwu na-afụ n'ife, Chukwu okike abịama Chukwu na-afụ n'ife afụ na nzuzo. Chukwu maara onye aka ya dị ọcha na onye obi ya dị ọcha. Nwoke si na ya ji ọfọ, nwaanyị si na ya ji ọfọ, mana ọfọ maara onye ji ya. Ụkpaka na-agba n'udu mmiri ọ chụrụ ọzụọ. Gaa n'ogbe o mechi ụzọ osi mpịara na azụ nwa igiriga ọgụ nke mmụọ. Ọ gịnị ka m ga-etu gị ka o zuolo gị? Asị m n'oge akara aka eluo, ịbụ mmụọ ka mmụọ, ibe ka ibe. Chukwu okike onye obiọma sị m unu binye n'oge akara aka eluo. Mmụọ niile m na-ejere ozi asị m unu binye n'oge akara aka eluo. Oke mmụọ, oke mmụọ, oke mmụọ, oke mmụọ, oke mmụọ, oke mmụọ. Mmụọ niile m na-ejere ozi asị m unu binye elu. Tetenụ n'ụra, tetenụ n'ụra, tetenụ n'ụra, tetenụ n'ụra. Asị m n'ọnwụ unu nwoke bụ nwa eze Chukwu bụ ụzọ mba aka ji ọfọ Igbo ọzọ eme nte eme ime. Ọ sị m na ya nọ n'etiti unu taa. Ọsọ unu binye enu n'oge akara aka eluo. Mmụọ nna nna anyị ochie asị m gị binye. Mmụọ na-afụ na ife afụ na nzuzo asị m gị binye. Otu ọfọ ji eje ọgụ asị m unu binye. Ọfọ ndị Igbo niile asị m gị binye. Ọfọ ndị mmiri asị m gị binye. Ọfọ ndị ikuku asị m gị binye. Eze nwaanyị osimiri asị m gị binye. Eze nwaanyị nwanyị na-ebe asị gị binye. Eze nwaanyị idodi ikwu na-eme asị gị binye. Eze nwaanyị amambara asị gị binye. Eze nwaanyị osimiri nji aba asị gị binye. Eze nwaanyị ala Igbo niile asị gị binye. Eze nwaanyị ọgba asị gị binye. Eze nwaanyị anike wawa asị gị binye. Oke arụsị na n'iko jụrụ nwaanyị aga anị asị gị binye n'oge akara aka eluo. Igirigi ọgụ mmụọ. Asị m na gboo dike mbọsị ihe ike mere ọ ga-achọkwa nwa dike. Asị m dododo unu binye unu bịa tara ọjị na chijiri eji efola. Asị m unu binye unu bịa tara ọjị na chijiri eji efola. Nna nna anyị ochie, mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka anyị dị ndụ. Mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka ụmụ Igbo dị ndụ. Mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka Mazi Nnamdi Kanu dị ndụ. Mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka ụmụ Biafra dị ndụ. Asị m unu binye n'oge akara aka eluo. Asị m na gboo dike mbọsị ihe ike mere ọ ga-achọ nwa dike. Ọ sị na mberede nyiri dike na mberede ka o ji ama nwa dike. Ọ ya ka m ji akpọ unu n'isi ọhamadike. Ọhamadike bụ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Ya bụ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Otu mkpụrụ anya ji isi ụgwọ. Otu ọnụ na-ekwuchitere mba niile. Ụkpaka na-agba n'udu mmiri na-agba n'oge nke ya. Asị m unu binye n'isi ya. Nye ogologo ndụ na-arụ isi ike. Napụta ya na eke, napụta ya n'orie, napụta ya n'afọ, napụta ya na nkwọ. Asị m na ahịa akara aka anaghị eri nwa mgbọrọ, na ahịa akara aka agaghị eri Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Asị m unu gaa napụta Nnamdi Kanu na eke, napụta ya n'orie, napụta ya n'afọ, napụta ya na nkwọ. Asị m mee ka ọnụ niile kwụrụ njọ n'isi atụgharịa kwụ mma. Ka ọnụ kọrọ ogiri, ọnụ kọrọ ogiri lachaa. Chukwu okike abịama onye jiri mmiri siri ike kpọọ aja were aja siri ike kpọọ mmadụ. Asị m na taata bụ ụbọchị eke n'ala Igbo. Asị m na eke ga-eketara Nnamdi Kanu ndụ. Eke ga-eketara ya nwere onwe. Oke ga-eketara ya ndụ. Oke ga-eketara ya Biafra. Oke ga-eketara ya nwere onwe. Oke ga-ekegburu ya ndị iro, kegburu ya ajọ mmadụ na ajọ mmụọ. Asị m na mbọsị ọ ga-apụta ekwensu ga-anọ n'ụra, ndị ilo ya ga-anọ n'ụra. Ọ kwara ekwe osu. Asị m gịnị bụ ekwe osu? Asị m na mbọsị ọ ga-apụta ya bụ ndị ilo ga-anọ n'ụra. Ọha bụ ndị ọha nwa bụ ekwensu. Asị m na ha ncha ga-anọ n'ụra. Na Nnamdi Kanu ga-apụta n'ike na ebube. Nnamdi Kanu ga-apụta n'ike na ebube. Asị m na ọnụ kwụrụ njọ n'isi ya ga-atụgharịkwọ mma. Asị m ọbịa igbu Nnamdi Kanu bụ onwe ya. Onye si na Nnamdi Kanu agaghị adị ndụ, onye a ga-eji anazere mmiri. Onye si na Nnamdi Kanu agaghị apụta, onye a ga-eji anazere mmiri. Ọnụ niile kọrọ ogiri, ọnụ ga-akọrọ ogiri lachaa. Osisi abụrụ oturu ga-emeche wee kwele. Onye si na Nnamdi Kanu agaghị apụta, asị m na ọnụ ahụ iji wee kwuo ya na ike ejikwa ya wee kwugharịa mma n'isi ya. Asị m na ebe onye ahụ na-atụ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu aka, asị m aka gị ga-akpọnwụ. Osisi ahụ fụrụ Nnamdi Kanu wee tọọ nkwe, asị m ikuku futuo gị. Anya ọbụla fụrụ Nnamdi Kanu kwawa akwa alịrị, asị m alịrị akọrọ ya n'anya. Onye fụrụ Nnamdi Kanu cheta ihe gburu nwa ya, ihe gburu nwa ya gbuo ya, maka na ọ bụrụ ya gburu nwa gị. Chukwu okike abịama, asị m na mberede ada nyiri dike belede ka o ji amawa dike asị m na okirikiri ka a na-agba ukwu ose ọ dadị ukwu ose enu na okirikiri ka ndị iro ga-agba Nnamdi Kanu mana ha ama mkpata ya aka ọ sị na kirikiri ka ọ na-ekiri odido jiri odido enyi ozu na ọkwado kirikiri ka ndị iro ga na-ekiri ya mana ha ama afụ ya anya asị m na eje anabụ isi ije asị na Nnamdi Kanu ga-eje na ọ ga-ana asị m na inye anaghị eri ọba maka na inye na ọba bụ nwanne inye agaghị eri Nnamdi Kanu maka na ọ bụ nwa iyi asị na Nnamdi Kanu ga-adị ka echiri echi anaghị agwụ agwụ maka na ije ejere bụ ije mmiri ọ bụrụ eje nkụ asị m na ya bụ ije ga-abụ ije mmeri asị m na ọ ga-anata n'udo asị m na ọ ga-abata sirili welere asị m na unu ga-aga kpọnatara anyị Nnamdi Kanu asị m unu ga-akpọnatara anyị Nnamdi Kanu ga-akpọnatara anyị Nnamdi Kanu ga tụnye ugo ga nye ya mmeri ga nye ya mmeri ga nye ya mmeri tụnye ugo n'elu ugo nye ike n'elu ike nye ya ndụ n'elu ndụ ọkwanụ ndụ ka o ji efu n'efufe unu nye Nnamdi Kanu ndụ onwe ike wee kwụrụ jinjin onwe ike wee kwụrụ wee fuo n'ofufe a sị na ya kara ka anaghị eri nwa ngwụrọ ihe mere ha ji jide Nnamdi Kanu bụ ga nwee ike wee megide ndị Igbo ga nwee ike megide ụmụ Biafra ga nwee ike wee kwuchi anyị ọnụ ka ha nwee ike wee kachi anyị ọnụ ka anyị ghara ikwu okwu ọzọ mana ama m na dododo Chukwu okike abịa ma ndị nwa na ndị nwe mmiri ndị nwe ikuku ndị nwe anyanwụ mmụọ nna nna anyị ochie mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka anyị dị ndụ mmụọ niile ọ kpọfọrọ ọbara ha n'ike maka ihi Biafra asị m unu binyenu asị m unu dododo na ọkwa na unu bụ ihe nwe ike a ọkwa na unu ga-eji ọgụ mmụọ ọkwa na unu ga-aga buori ahịa ọkwa na unu ga-aga napụta ya maka na ihe ọ tinyere unu n'aka anaghị elu ule asị m dododo igiriga ọgụ mmụọ eze nwaanyị niile nọ n'ala Igbo mmụọ niile nọ n'ala Igbo asị m unu binye maka na onwe onye nọ n'ụwa na-anaghị aṅụ mmiri onwe onye nọ n'ụwa na-anaghị eri nnu nnu bụ ihe ụtọ si na mmiri wee pụta onye ọbụla na-eri ihe na-eri ihe dị na mmiri onye na-asa arụ ji mmiri asa arụ onye ọbụla na-eme ihe ọbụla ọ na-eme ji mmiri eme ya asị m ihe ọbụla mmadụ na-eme n'ụwa mmiri ọ na-ebube ụzọ asị m onye ọbụla kpọrọ mmiri asị na mmiri a ga-agbagbu ya asị m onye ọbụla fụrụ mmiri n'anya ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya onye ọbụla fụrụ mmiri n'anya ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya onye ọbụla mmiri na-awụsa n'arụ ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya onye ọbụla mmiri na-emesa n'arụ ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya onye na-aṅụ mmiri na-eli nnu asị m na ọnụ anyị ji wee lie nnu wee ṅụọ mmiri na ị ga-eji akwa okwu ọma n'isi Nnamdi Kanu n'aha Chukwu okike abịa
Ise. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name is Mazi, Chinedu from Olu province of Biafra land, and we are coming on to you today live and direct. Today is the 12th day of the 12th month, that is 12th of December 2022. Why I always mention the date is for you to understand that we are live. Today is Monday, the 12th day of December 2022. Today is Orie in our land. Therefore, I hereby welcome each and every one of you to welcome your friends and well-wishers onto this hallowed platform where we preach the gospel of emancipation, the gospel of freedom, the gospel of liberty, so that we shall be free. Freedom starts from you knowing the truth, being exposed to information, and you doing something useful about the truthful information you are exposed to. For you shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. Because lie puts you in the cage. We are created in this world, in this beautiful planet, to always strive to look for the truth, to understand the truth. Truth is mathematical. Truth is mathematical. Truth is practical. What you know is truth. Something you can touch. 1 + 1, it doesn't matter any language you use about it. It doesn't matter any dialect you use in calculating it. Whether in Igbo language, whether in Hausa, even in Fufude. It doesn't matter whether you use Mandarin Chinese or Thai language or even Pashtun, Urdu, Bangladeshi, Malay, any type of language. Russian, 1 + 1 is 2. Do you understand? That is mathematical. That is the truth. Truth has no language. Truth has no, different language. So that when you say it, it becomes the truth. No. This is something our people are misunderstanding because of ignorance. They will see somebody that's, they classify somebody in Nigeria according to how beautiful he speaks English. This is ignorance to the highest level. They classify somebody, take what he's saying because he's speaking Opopo, Ibo, grammar. Because he can speak a Queen's English. That is ignorance to the highest level. Truth has no language. They have, succeeded in turning our people in order to falsely understand that speaking good English amounts to, speaking the truth or being wise and knowledgeable. That is life from the pit of hell. Let me tell you, Asians, they don't speak English. They don't speak English, they speak in their own various languages, tribal languages. Even Europeans, they don't speak English all. English is for England. Even Scotland has their language. Austria has their language. German has their language. Italy has their language. Every European country, they are developed, but it's not about speaking one particular language. No, language is for communication. Our people should stop this misunderstanding. It's ignorance. We raise anything that our colonizers bring as high profile. We use it to judge as a standard. All these things is what we are trying to put to the public domain so that people will expose the expose, so that people will start understanding that, look, we have been wrong all this while, and that is why we are in a quagmire. Therefore, what we preach here is the gospel of freedom, so that we shall be free, mentally free and physical freedom. That is what we preach, and that is what the indigenous people of Biafra stands for. Do not forget that our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is still in the enemy dungeon. Even after being liberated, discharged and acquitted by the Nigeria courts, our leader should be free. He must be free. Nigeria should obey their courts, own court order. It baffles me that Tony Blair Institute of Global Change, so-called Global Change, they don't talk about Nigeria disobeying their court order. No, they don't talk about it. Do you see how hypocritical they are? They don't talk that, disobeying a court order. They cannot do that in the United Kingdom. It doesn't matter how bitter it is. It doesn't matter. But the court is the last hope, the ultimate of everything in a country, in a sane country. But lo and behold, Nigeria is not a sane country. It's not a normal country. But notwithstanding, our leader must be released. Our leader must be released. Before I go into the news headline, before going to the topic of my submission today, there's something I want to say. I used to say, from little things we should think and learn. This World Cup, listen, this World Cup that is going on in Qatar, Croatia is a very small country. A country of 4 million people only. 4 million. Million are no. 4. They are now in semi-final. Last 4 years, last World Cup, Russia 2018, they played final and lost against France. Croatia is a very little, very small country of 4 million people. And do you know when Croatia had their independence from Russia? 1991. And funny enough, Russia, the grand mother country, didn't even qualify for World Cup. I want people to reason. What you call a giant sometimes is not giant in a way. Do you understand? A small country of 4 million people. They beat countries of hundreds of millions of people in football. I'm talking about football now. For people to understand, imagine, for example, this height they have reached. Maybe when they were part of Russia, they couldn't have reached this height. Because I don't think Russia or USSR has ever reached a final of a World Cup. No. Do you see how things are? Had it been they are still part of Russia, Soviet Union, these talents that are being portrayed, maybe in that bigger Russia, in that bigger Soviet Republic, they would have been relegated. They will not come out. You understand? These individuals, these talents that are showcasing to the whole world, a place of 4 million people. According to 2021 census, no, 3.8 million people. But here they are because they are in control of their lives. Do you see? You bring out your best, the best in you when you are free. Once you feel that you are free, you have a country that you are patriotic to. Not a very big place that no person recognizes you. That is what we are suffering in the so-called Nigeria. Do you see it? Do you know? There's something I see now, even in the Nigeria team, because it is being made up of mostly Biafrans, more than 90% of Biafrans. I see they don't even like to play, with their heart, because Nigeria, no person gives Nigeria their heart. Because Nigeria disappoints you at any time. So nobody is patriotic because nobody loves Nigeria. I'm telling you honestly. The pronounced hypocritical love, somebody will say he loves Nigeria is what he's getting because they are looting. I hope you learned something. Croatia that was born 1991 of yesterday. 1991. If they play with Russia now, I bet you they will beat Russia. Do you see how things work? Do you see how things are? Imagine that we restore Biafra. Our national team, people will even rather die in the field. Because everybody will be patriotic. What is called patriotic. When people play with patriotism, if they lose gallantly. Do you understand? It shows in their psyche, in the way they move, the way they play, the way they do everything. In the team Nigeria, there is no fire. Because of Nigeria is no man's business. Do you understand what I'm saying? So what we are trying to do is to alleviate the problem of everybody. Not only us, the problem of everybody, so that all of us will be free. Everybody will be free. Do you understand what I'm saying? Therefore, I welcome once again each and every one of you to today's edition of Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE. Today is the 12th day of December, being Monday, 2022. Tata Bobo Chiorie. Therefore, draw nearer to your listening devices in order to listen to the gospel of freedom, where we preach, expose things that you can never hear in the mainstream media. That is what we do here. It's a freedom radio. Before I continue to the subject matter of today's program, which is the importance of leadership, that is going to be the topic of my submission today. Importance of leadership. I will go to reading some news headlines, please. Some news headlines. There are many of them, but I will just reduce it to very few. Now, as I was look at the news of is it today? Listen. Ex-Super Eagles stars Amor Kachiru-Fai, others in Kanu for Tinubu campaign. This is how these people that supposedly sky should be their limit. This is how they have been reduced to nothing. Whereas other ex-footballers are trying one way or the other in order to aim higher. These people are following politicians in the zoo called Nigeria. This is, we are in a piteous situation. I'm telling you honestly. They are reduced to being to the highest bidder. Oh, this person come now with regular, how much he brought? Now, how much he go reach me? Now, make we follow now, no be Nigeria with them. Now, make we go campaign for him, I beg. This is how piteous, how sorry state everything is. In other places, look at Samuel Eto'o. In even Cameroon, he is now the president of their football federation. They continue aspiring, going higher, even in FIFA international politics, football politics. But all these ones, when you look at them, how will you respect them? All they do is go from one politician to another for crumbs. How will you respect them? When I say that Nigerians are low life, people don't understand. They don't have dignity. They go for the highest bidder. It's very pity. Respectable people like this. You see them, Daniel Amokachi, Kanu, all these other people, Taribo West, these people that are now God of men, I don't know. Oh, they are reduced into following politicians, campaigning for them, in exchange of crumbs. So that then if you enter even if it's one contract, you fix register one fake company, use it to collect one big contract and collect money, finish. This is how they think. These are the people that have lived in Western world. What do I used to tell you? Monkey, even if carry monkey put in private jets, even the highest yacht, the most expensive yacht in this world, like the one is it Adenuga hired for $3 million plus, only for his 60th birthday. Carry monkey put there. Monkey is still a monkey. These are people that have lived, and I bet that some of them could be even citizens of Western world. People that have lived where there is light. People that have lived where there is electricity 24/7, where their things are working. Instead of them to engage in opening people's eyes. To engage in opening people's eyes, talking to the youth, to open their eyes, to tell them that look, what you are suffering in Nigeria is man-made. No, instead they are helping, aligning with all these criminals we call politicians, in order to continue exploiting the miserable people. Don't you see it? A monkey, how can a monkey change? When I talk about a monkey, it doesn't matter how rich you are. The way you reason is what makes you a real human being. The way you reason. It doesn't matter what you have. These people, by me looking at it, they are comfortable. These ex-Nigerian footballers, they are comfortable. but they want to exploit more instead of rising up. Do you see any of them during the NSAS protest? All of them went underground. This is how bad it is. We are living in a precarious situation in the zoo called Nigeria. I'm telling you honestly. The system turned everybody into real monkeys, rocious monkey, even less than. People that have no class. That is why I say it doesn't matter. A monkey riding on private jet is still a monkey. When you look at Obiano, no matter the whole money he has looted, everything, he's an American citizen. He's somebody that he saw how life is good, how human being can recreate, do things and remove people from misery. No, instead he went back to exploit. That is his aspiration, or that was his aspiration, and he did it. He did it. When Europeans insult you as a black person, as a Nigerian, please accept it with happiness. That they call you monkey. Answer, sir, we are real monkeys. Until we change, until we prove ourselves that we are not. That is what we are doing here on Radio Biafra. As I'm talking to you, there are many people, many of our people, many Nigerians of Igbo extraction, of different Yoruba, of different extractions, that are citizens in America, in Canada, in different European countries. All their aspiration is to go and join politics in Nigeria, to loot. To loot their money, loot everybody, and come back and continue their life. In the civilized country, they have their passports. How can you classify that? Why? That is why I say, when you see you call you a monkey, answer here, yes, sir, we are monkeys, don't worry. Until we change, until we mutate and become human beings that you are. Do you know the population of, let me say, Nigerians now? The population of Nigerians in the diaspora is enough to instigate the highest form of revolution. I'm not talking about Biafrans only. The population of Nigerians, both Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo, different in the diaspora, is enough to instigate positive revolution to pursue and sack all these criminals, open people's eyes. But they leave the task for IPOB, for Radio Biafra only. Instead, they are attacking Radio Biafra. Do you know what it will be if majority of people in diaspora are talking? We have social media, are speaking to Nigerians how people should rise up in that the life you are living there in Nigeria is not life. You are not living life. You are just surviving as a living thing, but you are not living life. There is no life in Nigeria. Imagine that millions of people are speaking from Europe, America, Japan, every part of Nigerians are speaking. It doesn't matter your ethnicity. The way we are talking here on Radio Biafra, I'm telling you honestly, there will be fire everywhere in Nigeria. But they will not do it. Instead, they will be telling you, don't worry, vote, don't worry, pray to God. You see people in diaspora, Nigerians in diaspora, even exploiting and hoping to exploit more those in the zoo. The other day I read about one Nigerian bishop or Daddy Gio that was arrested in the United Kingdom and charged for fraud. Correctly so, because he was selling COVID-19 cure or oil. As they do in Nigeria. They do in Nigeria, think it's in Nigeria. Where system does not work, nothing works. Everybody do as you want. And he was convicted of fraud for selling what the common practice in Nigeria every day. For you to understand how bad it is. In Nigeria, they condone evil. That is why these ex-footballers, they are gone for hire. The highest bidder they follow. Even Nollywood stars, so-called Nollywood stars. Most of them are gone for hire. Everybody is going in order to loot, exploit the miserable people. People don't try to fight the injustice. No. Do you know that is the reason why slave trading lasted for almost 400 years or 3 centuries plus? Transatlantic slavery, it lasted so long. Do you know the reason? Instead of black people to fight evil, they try to exploit, they try to align themselves into that evil in order to make a living out of it until it becomes normal thing. That is why the slave trading continued for many centuries until even the people that we are doing the thing, the white people, they are still the people that say no, we are no more in the modern, because of industrialization. Let me tell you, because they don't need no more slaves to come to their land, because now what the slaves we are doing, now they were building machine that we take charge of it, so no need of slavery again. You understand? But they will not tell you this. They will tell you because of moral this and that. That is it. That is the story they tell you. It's a story for another day anyway. They are the people that still stop the slave trading, of which many Nigerians, many Africans, we are still doing it illegally. They have to dispatch their ship, their warships, to come to the coast of West Africa in order to enforce the stoppage of transatlantic slavery. When you study history, say, why do we have this character as black people? As why do we like evil instead of fighting it? We try to align ourselves in order to benefit from evil. Now you go fist stop them. Now beg, if you know fit beat them, you join them. This is a very evil, wicked mantra. It's not in our dictionary. We IPOB. It's not in our dictionary, please. You understand? Therefore, it doesn't matter how minute your contributions might be. Try one way or the other to fight evil. Stop leaving it for only one person. IPOB is fighting not only for the liberation of Biafra. We are trying to open the eyes of the people in order to understand what is the cause of the real cause of our problems. That is what we do here, please. Therefore, we are not like others that try to benefit from evil. I say, as I'm talking now, there are people in different parts of civilized world, Nigerians that are holding passports of America, Canada, European countries. All they aim, they support, they want to go to Nigeria to exploit. They are always trying to make friends with the Nigerian politicians so that Nigeria can buy a governor, a senator. They lobby the person in order to buy a house. Why not, honorable? Why not get another house in New York? I can cover it, don't worry. What he's trying to do is to lobby so that he can get commissions, so that everything will be on his name or through him, so that if they sell it to $1 million, the house, he will say is 5 million, and he will be benefiting from the looting the miserable people. Do you see why I say, as you are hearing my voice, anywhere you are, monkey, I'm a monkey, sorry, until I find out, until we prove that we are not monkeys. We are. I'm telling you honestly, the way we reason is fundamentally flawed. It is fundamentally flawed. Very bad. Very, very bad. We must continue. Ex-super ego stars, Amoka Chirufai, others in Kanu for Tinubu campaign. That is how low life they are. It is not only them. That is how people are in Nigeria. Nigerians are like that. It doesn't matter if you see people living in Japan for 30, 40 years, but see, they have the same mentality. You talk to them, you say no. He's thinking of how to go to Nigeria to be a politician so that he can loot. I'm telling you honestly. We must continue. Let me go to another news headline. He said Tinubu borrowed his name. Former Lagos deputy governor explains. His name is not Tinubu, he borrowed the name. And that is true. Because has any Nigerian asked Tinubu, who is your mother, who is your father? But he's going to be a scam to be your presidential candidate. A scam. And you love it. Nigeria, talk to Nigerians about it. You say, no, does it matter? No, it doesn't matter. No, whether his name is Tinubu or not, it doesn't matter. That is the fundamentally flawed way of reasoning of Nigerians. No, it doesn't matter. Leave it, I beg. Leave it. Na Jagaban. This name is what he used when he was in the United States. People we know you can buy passports through different ways with different names. After you will stick to your name. You start answering. That is why he never revealed, and they say it didn't come from Lagos. Nobody knows where it come from. Just somebody from abroad, they don't know. People will understand what I'm saying. Because many people in abroad today, we are not using our real name. I'm telling you honestly. It's truth. It's, here we expose everything, before. And abroad, and that is, how do you call it? Brothers of God. Brothers and sisters of God. How mystery. Because now there is no more secret. What I'm telling you is reality. Many people, many Nigerians, many people even use different passports abroad. For the Nazatama and the Tanzania. It's true. This is unfortunately, that is how Tinubu got this name. He stick to his name, Tinubu. That is how he got the American papers. So from there now, he don't have to change his name again. So that is it. But Nigerians will say no, but it doesn't matter now. It doesn't matter because they don't understand their mentality is fundamentally flawed. Somebody that is aspiring to be the chief executive, the highest office in the country. Don't you think that is supposed to be under the highest scrutiny? Because what he is reflects to the country. Don't you know that? But Nigerians will say, no, it doesn't matter now. Leave him now. It doesn't matter. That is Nigerian monkey reasoning. Monkeys reasoning like that. The same way, even if, as long as he's a man of God, so-called that Geo, even if he raped somebody, they say, no, leave him. Don't judge. It's God that will judge him. You see animal reasoning. You see animal reasoning. That is why there is no electricity. That is why, here on Radio Biafra, we make sure to sanitize our mentality, our psyche, our way of reasoning, so that we reason like real human beings. Do you understand? Otherwise, if we continue reasoning like Nigerians, the country we are going to restore will be a quagmire. That is why I suggest that when Biafra comes, we will have, a sector. We build an infrastructure for the disintoxication. I call it the Nigerianization of people. Because Nigeria turned everybody into animal. The way we reason, you see, when you near a Nigerian speaking, just stir up conversations about things, about life, about politics, about things. There you will understand the way he reasons sometimes, the way he reasons. To God who made me, sometimes you say, nah, we are going nowhere. These are, you see people, A person breaks the law. Look at a house that fell. Church that fell in Lagos that killed many people, human lives lost. People are saying, no, is it his fault? He's a man of God now. I beg, don't judge him, leave him with God. And you say God Almighty. But these people, you go to Canadian embassy, consulate, UK consulate, they are dying to go there. Can't you ask yourself, why do you want to travel to a place? It's not the president or prime minister there is not even the same color of your skin. But you are sure that if you go there, you make it. Why? When you start reasoning in all these ways, you will now start understanding the reason why you are in a hole in Nigeria. You understand me? Ask yourself, America you want to go, Joe Biden, is he from Igbo? Is he an Igbo man? The answer is no. Is he a Yoruba man? The answer is no. Is he a Hausa man or Fulani man? The answer is no. Then why is it that if I go there, I can walk and make it, I remain, no person torments me. If any person harasses me, I'll go to the court. I will call police, dial 911 and police will come. Things work. Why? When you start asking yourselves these things, you can call them mundane questions. You will start reflecting on it. Advancement, like in advanced, for example, in tertiary institutions, in universities, they can bring up just a word to develop that thing, research about it. Just for example, come. You understand? Come. Now, that word come only for you to expatiate it, for you to know origin, know how it's used, know many things about that word come. That is advanced learning. But these are the words you have been using. You thought that you understand it through primary education and secondary school. You thought that you understand it. You use it every day on school. I'm giving you an example. But when you arrive in tertiary university, they give you all those things that you think that you know. Now they tell you to now expatiate, research about it, and let's know really what this thing is. That is advancement, advanced learning. Now, all those things you think you know as a human being, as a Nigerian, sometimes you ask yourself little questions. Why is it that I want to go abroad? Why is it that if they tell me, somebody promised me, I'll get you Japanese visa, I'm excited, I want to really go, let me get out of this country. Why? But Japan, they don't even speak English. They don't even, their color is not the same color with me. Their prime minister is not from my village, is not from Nigeria, is not from my region. But if I go there, people that are there, they are sending money. They are working the same work. You see people in London, in England, Nigerians that travel to England. You see them. They are driving cabs, taxi. You ask your bro, you say, I'm a taxi driver, but he's sending you money. But he's building house. In Canada, the same. In America, the same. You work in Nigeria and you become a low life. They take you as an ordinary carpenter. For you to be a carpenter in America, it is a very big thing. You understand? From that, the same work you are working in Nigeria, you are nothing. But when you work it in South Korea, you a big person. You don't understand. You don't ask yourself this question. Why is it so? There are human beings. There is a country there. Nigeria is a country. Now, why is it so? Every day I will call my brother or my sister. Sister, please send money. And what is he working? Maybe he's sweeping a road. The same way in Lagos, you see people sweeping roads. But even people pity them and give them money because they don't have anything. But when you do it in London, you have money. You even live, manage yourself well. Don't you ask yourself, that is advancement. It's a tertiary, way of learning. That thing you don't call anything. You think about when you stand, when you sit down, when you sit down in a quiet place, in your quiet room, you start reasoning all these little things. That is advancement. When you reason all these things, you come out, your brain will become advanced. Do you understand what I mean? Your brain will become advanced. You will no more be, the same with the ordinary person that is only, I want to go to America. Why you want to go to America? Why do you want to leave Nigeria? In Nigeria, for example, if they say, okay, vote for, let's say in voting, voting is working. They say, okay, let us bring somebody that is a sane person, at least somebody that can do something good. No, you look at it and say, no, it's not a Igbo man, it's not a Yoruba man, it's not a Fulani man like me, so I cannot vote. No, it's not a Christian, it's not a Muslim. Now you ask, but Japan you want to go, there are neither Christians nor Muslims. It's not even, the prime minister there is not even village person or the same, he doesn't speak your language. But things are working. Now you ask, what is the problem? There must be something wrong. And in trying to find out that something wrong, your eyes will be opened. That is how, advanced learning goes. You start thinking about the little things. You start researching about little things. From there, you will see expansion of knowledge and wisdom. That is how it is. Tinubu borrowed his name. Former Lagos deputy explains. He was not Tinubu. That is not his original name. But for an average Nigerian, he said, no, it doesn't make sense to any Nigerian. No. An average Nigerian, it doesn't make sense to. He said, no, leave it. Name kwe. I beg, leave him there, whether it be Tinubu or Tanubu or Ajubola or anything. Na Wama, na Wajagaban. And if you be crying, oh, we are suffering here, oh, you don't know that you are one of the causes. That is the reason why Nigerians are suffering. That is this way of behavior, this pattern of thinking. That is the reason why Nigeria is a quagmire. We must continue. Let me take another news. There are many of them, honestly. I used to keep all these news headlines, but I will just take few. Why Lekki deep seaport should avoid pitfalls of Lagos port by stakeholders. You know that they are going to commission Lekki port, seaport, in January 2023, according to the report. Do you know that? Do you see the wickedness? When black people are being punished, please do not cry. The amount of wickedness in black people, especially Nigerians, it reaches a high heaven. Lagos has a seaport, two seaports, two. Apapa Wharf, Tinkan Wharf. Do you understand? People are crying of gridlock. For you to remove, if you remove a container, to transport it from an inch from Apapa Wharf to, even inside another part of Lagos. It might take days because of gridlock, because of traffic jam. Now they are opening another one in the same small Lagos. Why? Black man greed. Black man greed, that is it. And that is why God is punishing black people. I'm telling you, until black people remove this greed, this extreme selfishness and greed, they are going nowhere. Do you know, in other countries, you have seaports everywhere. As long as there is sea, there are seas everywhere. Other countries. But in Nigeria, no. Instead of Igbo man to gain, no, you make it. No, instead, even if you do the seaport, everywhere will be a standstill. Instead, they will go to Kanu. another country. Do you see the wickedness? We have natural seaports in Biafra land. We have it. Only to develop it to put no. How can Nigerian federal government build infrastructure in Biafra land? No. The little railway line, unfunctioning railway line they built, not themselves, Oyibo colonial masters, Britain built during 19th Brigade. Now they dismantled it quietly in our land. There was no outcry. It is only here on Radio Biafra that we have been shouting it. Do you see how wicked people are? Do you see the wickedness of the Nigerians? It is too much. That is why God will continue punishing Nigeria. As long as that country continues existing, God will, the punishment from nature will be too much. It will continue. What makes them even, let me ask, what makes even Yoruba elders, Yoruba people have to say, no, please, this one is too much. Is it? Let us extend this thing. Extend seaports. We have other southern parts. We have in One. We have in Iguacha, they call Port Harcourt. What about Calabar? What about Warri? What about Onisha in River Niger? What about Uguta Lake? All these things can be, seaports can be built there in order to dislodge the traffic in Lagos. No, this is what is called primitive accumulation syndrome. It's everywhere, both private and public. Instead, no, Lagos, let it be. Even if every day everybody will be standstill, no space, let it be there. Instead of to do something for Igbo man to benefit, no, let it be there. Instead of all of us, let it be there. Do you see the evil in Nigeria? That is why I say Nigeria is an evil entity today and tomorrow. That is why Nigeria will die a sudden death. It doesn't matter how sweet talk as people come, oh, we do Nigeria, it's happening again, the same thing. Before 2015, 2014, everybody had a high hope. Bring down, or is it bring back our girls? They were campaigning so that a general will enter power and everything will be okay. Naira will be $1 to 1 naira. Oh, they will suspend the subsidy. Once they enter, everything will be okay. They will build electricity in Nigeria for 6 months. Insecurity will be a bygone. Nigerians, until when are you going to open your eyes? Until when? All these things you ask, or they tell you, they sweet talk to you. But before this, your so-called leaders will go to poll or will go to election. They will go and take permission in London. That is all what we want you to think. Just reason like that. Why is it that they go there, they sign? Do you think that Britain that created Nigeria, they just created it for your good, for our good? Oh, okay, we create it. Oh yeah, you people build Nigeria as you want. Didn't you see what they did, the evil they performed, in order to make sure that Nigeria remains a quagmire they want it to be, so that they will be sucking oil every day? Do you know Hamza Mustafa, one of his revelations, he said that he said all those points of oil theft which they revealed the other day, he said he said these are just a few fraction. He said they have thousands, like thousands. He mentioned, he said thousands. I listened to that man for the whole 4 hours plus. I said I will come up with programs synonymous with his revelations. Thousands of that, like that, everywhere, every pipe. They just did that. I said it that time. They just revealed that so that people that are fighting against Tompolo say, this thing we cool down. Say, oh, he's doing a nice job. They just revealed. He's Britain. They reveal one place. Say, come here. There is all you tell there. Hey, now how are you there? Hey, now this one is doing nice work. Now make we leave him now. They know how to, they know how to do what? How to rob you. They pamper you,
they inject you anesthesia so that you calm down. Like I saw in television in Abuja, they do Christmas light in the streets. And one person, there is one television that I was watching that talked about it. I picked interest. One person they were interviewing, one of just ordinary person there. He said, insecurity, everything. We have to enjoy our lives. So you see how everywhere is beautiful. See Christmas lights in Abuja, see it, you know. So now, wow, we have to enjoy. I say, the caliphate, they know. They know how to inject anesthesia so that you calm down, you feel that everything is okay. At least you enjoy, they say enjoy. So from time to time they give you some illusion. And you believe, well, after it will backfire. Before you know, it's too late. They will tell you, okay, don't worry. In the next election, you will do a better one. Okay, in the next election, you will do a better work. Okay, and you say yes, as some orangutan you are. You say anyway, let us wait for another election. But we are disappointed. Look at ordinary governorship, Soludo. People are shouting, hey, look at her, he's clearing everywhere, he's taxing everybody. The other day, the conveyor, this truck drivers, they block the road because of high tax. They are complaining, this man is a 419. Always complaining when it is too late. That's why I used to ask, I say, Nigerians, when are you going to open your eyes? Why can't you come and say, look, we don't need no election now. What we need is to talk to ourselves to know whether we want to be Nigerians. We need referendums. We need to sanitize our system. No. Why will you do so when Katrina Lang is crisscrossing everywhere talking to you people that unity of Nigeria, and you see monkeys once they see as somebody that is white person, hey, yes ma, the way they will use 2 hands and yes ma, a white person talking to me because you're a monkey. In Lekki they are building another seaport in the same small Lagos. Whereas the other places are being starved. All this thing is because of, not to make sure, that a Igbo man doesn't see the light of the day, doesn't benefit anything. Do you understand? That is why they are doing that. Instead, after Lekki Beach, they will build another beach, maybe Kurudu Beach. Ikorodu Port. After that, they will build to make sure they collect everything. The greediness of black people, it is crying to high heavens, honestly speaking. We must continue. We have natural beaches everywhere in Biafra land. But they starve, they say, no, we are not going to build it. Nothing. And after they will think that there will be peace, Nigeria will be at peace. Nowhere. We must continue. Kidnapped Enugu couple found dead inside the forest, bodies mutilated. Let me read it a bit. These were the people found, by ESN. People found by ESN, killed by Fulani headsmen. Is it raising any views? No, we are not human beings. We Biafrans, we Igbo people, we are not human beings. Our lives doesn't matter at all. And do we even cherish our life? No way. That is how sad it is. The military can go to Bayelsa and kill people at will. They can go to Iguacha, come to Izombe, Imo State, go to Anambra, go to every part of Biafra land. In order they will kill and slaughter people. You never hear the military go to Castina, notwithstanding the terrorists that are rampaging everywhere. You never hear them go to communities and start killing people. No. We should learn. I'm telling you. Let me read. The bodies of Mr. and Mrs. Sondo Konko of Okpata community in Ozowani, LGA, Enugu have been discovered in the forest. They were said to have been found by ESN, Eastern Security Network. Yes, it's true. ESN that is why ESN is there. Do you see it? Do you see Nigerian army find them or Nigeria police? Do you see any prevention? No. Instead, the aid and abets are the Fulani headsmen, terrorist killers in our land. Do you see why we are doing what we are doing? Okay. They were said to have been found by Eastern Security Network, ESN operatives deployed in the state to checkmate armed headsmen activities. Yes? One of the sons had weeks ago raised the alarm on the uncertain whereabouts of his parents, who were said to have gone to the farm and never returned. The bodies of the slain couple, which were discovered to have certain parts missing, have now been evacuated by the community to yet to be unknown mortuary. Recall that Mr. Sondo Konko and his wife were said to have been kidnapped in their farmland on Wednesday, November 16th, afternoon in their farmland by alleged kidnappers by Fulani headsmen. Within Nigeria gathered that the couple were said to have gone to the farm to harvest cassava when they were abducted by those suspected to be herders. Yes? Our sources explained that many people were in the farm that day. In the evening, when we couldn't see this couple, we went around the village to know what happened, only to discover that they have been kidnapped by those suspected to be Fulani herders. Are you seeing it? Does Tony Blair Institute to talk about it? Do they care about our lives? It doesn't matter what they do. You see, ESN has come to stay before God and man. You see, just like the Haganah of the pre-Israeli era, before Israeli independence of 1948, they formed different groups, armed groups, clandestinely, including Haganah, and after all those things formed some into intelligence units, which they organized today called Mossad. It became the bedrock of their military, Israeli Defensive Force, IDF. They understand that. This is what we are replicating today. These people, they are fighting. You see the Nigerian military fighting the ESN that is trying to protect us, our people. Look at what happened. Do you see? One life is too many. That family is almost gone. That their children now became orphans, fatherless, because they are Nigerians. Because we are in Nigeria. Do you see that? But does it make any noise in the media? No. When they talk, they say ESN, oh, bring ESN. Tony Blair Institute, can you talk about this? The answer is no. A man and a woman, wife and husband were killed. Their offense is that they went to farm in their own farmland. If this thing happened in the United Kingdom, the whole world will stand still. Do you understand me? Imagine people when we go to their farm and the body of the man and the woman found and many parts missing. In the United Kingdom, in England, before God and man, the whole world will be at standstill. But does our life matter? No, it doesn't matter to them. It doesn't matter to anybody. That's why they kill us. And when we try to protect ourselves, we become criminals. They demonize us. Oh, we are blocking democratic process. I don't want to use F word with you and your democratic process. Tony Blair Institute. Our lives matter. We must continue fighting in order to maintain, to live. Because we are human beings like others. This woman and the husband, they are people that went to farm to collect their cassava in a happy way. They were waylaid and kidnapped by Fulani headsmen and butchered in the most horrible, cold-blooded way, and take their parts taken. Do you understand? They will send their parts to Al-Haji. From there, who knows? He might get to their parts might be taken to China or England or anywhere. Imagine yourself in these people's shoe. Imagine that they are your father and your mother. Just imagine how painful it is. Do you know the most excruciating way, the horrible way they were killed before their organs were harvested? Do you know? You know that once it is for organ harvest, they don't allow you to die. They make sure that alive they are cutting you into pieces. The most excruciating way of killing, murder. That is what is happening to our people. And people want us to keep quiet. That we should be politically correct so that Nigeria will continue. I say to hell with you and your Nigeria. To hell with you and your Nigeria. This evil must stop. That family today is gone. They have reduced the happiness of those children. They have reduced it to zero, to -0. No future again. But that place have a governor. There is no noise about it. I say, if this thing happens in United Kingdom, in England, in London, a man and his wife being kidnapped, butchered, and their organs harvested, I say the whole world will stand still. Presidents will talk about it. I say presidents will talk about it all over the world. CNN will be talking about it. BBC, the whole world media, they will be talking about it always. People will they will set up things in order to make sure, to support the family and to condemn what happened and to find what is the cause of it. But when it comes to Biafrans, we are nothing. I ask the Biafrans, we Biafrans, let us not be like Ona Korai, please. The way they put us, the way they regard us as non-human beings, we should never regard ourselves like that. Do not allow their cajole, their anything, their talking to stop you from supporting what we are doing. Do not do that, please. We must continue. This family, I put myself, I say, what if it's me? What if it's my people, my siblings? Imagine the way they will be butchering them and they will be crying. People, innocent people. You have a governor, the chief security officer in Enugu. He doesn't care. What matters to him is welcoming Obasanjo in Enugu. That is not his problem. Because it's not. Imagine it can be his brother or sister. It could be his father or his mother. But do they care? They don't care. IPOB that cares, they throw everything against us. That we are this, we are that. Look, how can we be there? Our people are being massacred every day. And we pretend that everything is all right. What brought about black people, Black Lives Matter in America? What brought about it? The killing of one black person. You understand? It went viral worldwide. But our own deaths are nothing. Even Nigerians started protesting, and there you will see Igbo people protesting in the American embassy in Nigeria. You see monkeys because they always want to belong. What about this one? What about this one? Does our life matter? Does our life matter in the hands of this filthy, primitive set of people we call the Fulani terrorists? They come to our land to kill us, and you want us to be gentle, to accept it as fate like that. It's not going to be like that. It's never going to be like that. We must continue. I think I'm taking a little time, please. But let me at least read. Let me at least read maybe one more news. Now another day I will continue others. Tinubu El-Rufai dancing booger in London beer parlor. Why Northerners are dying, by one Osman Yusuf. They are dancing booger in London beer parlor. But in Kaduna, in Kanu, this midget is against nearing beer or alcoholic beverages, at least in the open, because most of them, they have go to their private fridges, they have all these alcoholic drinks, most of them, I'm telling you. Nigerians, let me ask you, why is it that your presidential candidates they always go to number 10 Downing Street or Chatham House, where the problem of black people are hatched? Why? You are saying this is our president, this is our presidential candidate, I will vote for this, I will vote for Bill. Look at all of them, the men people. Look at Tinubu, Atiku, look at Peter Obi, all of them. Peter Obi he was in PDP. After meeting with British members of parliament and the prime minister, he came out, number 10 Downing Street, took photo, and immediately he landed in Nigeria. He joined the Labour Party, and everything went as you are seeing today. And people don't ask why, what happened. Okay, Mr. Peter Obi, you will turn Nigeria into heaven on earth. But what did you sign on in number 10 Downing Street? What happened there? No, Nigerians cannot ask that question because they are animals. They don't reason like human beings. They are still in the primary stage of humanity. The primary. They never even go to secondary, talk less of tertiary. No. They cannot ask. Hamza Mustafa said, why not Nigerians ask presidential candidates that you are fighting for? Oh, but they always go and visit London. Can't you ask them, Oga, waiting which paper you sign there? They are signing off your destinies. Do you understand? They are signing off your destinies. Tomorrow you start shouting, they'll be laughing at you. When they sign off your destinies, you don't know. What is needed in Nigeria is never election. It's a series of revolutions, spontaneous but regional revolutions, in order to sanitize, to remove British hands off Nigeria. Otherwise, nothing. We are doing our own regional revolution by the restoring Biafra. That is it. It doesn't matter how they switch talk to you. Oh, I will turn this, I will turn that. So, are you not tired of hearing all these things from politicians, Nigerian politicians? That is why I say Nigerians are low life. I'm telling you, very low life. After voting, after everything, 1 year everybody will start shouting, wow, we don't know that. They will come out there, don't worry. One youth activist, this and that, will start petting everybody. Don't worry, we will get it good another 4 years later. Everybody go and collect your PVC. Just like that all the time, without asking questions. It is very, very sad, and very sad indeed. I will go to the topic of my submission. I will rush it, though. I will rush it. I'm talking about the topic of my submission today is importance of leadership. You know, when we talk about leadership, it's good leadership. Bad leadership is equals to no leadership. Do you understand? That is the way we should look at it. Bad leadership equals to no leadership. So when I talk about leadership is good leadership, there is no need to put that good here, because leadership is sound. Leadership. If you have bad leader, it is no leadership at all. That is it. Because leadership, to lead is to cause a person or an animal to go with one by holding them by the hand. That is to lead. go by the hand, a halter, a rope, etc., while moving forward. You cannot be a leader while moving backwards. No. Do you see it? Nigeria has been moving backwards, which means there is no leadership. Nigeria has been moving backwards because there is no leadership. Do you understand? A leader must be somebody. He will hold you by the hand. Now start going. And the person, the leader, must know the way. That is the main quality of a leader. He must know the road. That is why I say, come, follow me. If you are going with somebody, you don't know the road, he will be in front. He say, oh yeah, follow me. Because he knows the road. He knows. If he doesn't know the road, then there's no need. He's not a leader. So you see Nigeria being in a quagmire. Nigeria being in a state of, what do you call it? State of limbo. Darkness. Because there are no leadership. No leaderships. You understand? Because to lead is to cause a person or animal to go with one by holding them by the hand, a halter, a rope, etc., while moving forward. That is the condition. While moving forward. As a leader, you must be moving forward. Tell me, Nigeria. Tell me. I say na law nke ọkụ electric no since. Orocha Sokorocha Biazi Totro Hini Legasha. All one day leaders. When they were campaigning, I was telling even my own people, say, look, forget about this man. Oh. All of them are the same. They say, nah, at least okay, retail because okay, she na buy a cafe. Oh, you buy at least. From here to there, I will track it by the I get you gafe. So you need log a mouth. It's not like you understand? I said no. The same sentiment that is killing all of us until you are delivered by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu by Radio Biafra London, because we are highly uncontrollable sentimental animals. I used to say it, I have a dog. I used to study the activities of my dog. He cannot control his emotions. That is what this, the same way our people are. They don't control their emotions. That is why they make mistake. You call a dog, you want to go outside, even you want to trek, without rope, he will run forward. Where is he going? He is going right, whereas you want to go left. After he see you go, hey, run, come meet you. Because he is sentimental. You understand? That is exactly the way our people behave. With sentiments, they can commit something without thinking. It is after they start regretting, by that time it is too late. To lead, the condition of a leader, you must move forward. Leading, you move forward. You cannot be a leader, you stay one place, or you are moving backwards. The person will leave you. Who are you leading? Nigeria, is Nigeria moving forward? The answer is no. Why? No leadership. Therefore, leadership is the action of leading a group of people or an organization. Leading is synonymous, moving forward. That is the condition. It has conditions attached to it. As a leader, you must be moving forward. Move. Now the leader move. You follow. Because he knows the road. If he stop and you are not moving anywhere, what is the need? You leave him. You leave him. Because there is no moving forward. He's not a leader. Every family, group, clan, tribe, nation, kingdom, or country needs leadership. That is the head. Without leadership, it is simply anarchy, confusion, lawlessness, suffering, individualism, and sabotage. Without leadership, all we have is anarchy, like what is happening in Nigeria today. Anarchy. You understand? Lawlessness, confusion. Everybody now protect yourselves. Some people protect themselves with, if you are going out, you put one knife. So that any person that do you here, you have something. Or you put one your gun. Or you have your gun in your house, even if it is hunter's gun. or hunting gun. Some now they also find solace in going to pray. It's God that will protect them also. Let us go to churches. You think that they are going to church for what? For protection. Just to be protected because of the insecurity. And now the owners of the churches will use it as advantage. After all, now you come now. Now his church. He will use that advantage. Every time you must donate. You understand? That is confusion, lawlessness, suffering, individualism, and sabotage. Everybody is trying to loot. Everybody is trying to exploit another person in one way or the other because there is anarchy. That is what is going on in Nigeria. Why? Because there is no leadership. Lack of leadership is a mark of primitivity or primitiveness. Because it is simply a lack of organization. When the inability to organize is primitivity. You know that? Primitivity. When you see organized countries, developed countries today, all are first of all, one thing is organization. That is number one thing. Everything is done in order. You know, nature teaches us things, but we don't learn. Natural, there are, things are going okay in the world because of natural orders. There are laws guiding natures. If, for example, where you are, you throw something up, one piece of orange, you just play, you throw the thing up, the orange continues going up, it doesn't fall down. What will you think? Maybe you are going to suffer from psychological breakdown. You will fear and run out. Even you will be horrified. Why? Because there is no more natural law of gravity. Now you throw a piece of granite up, and the granite continues moving up until you don't see it again. What will happen? You can even faint and collapse. Why? Because there is no more law. The order is no more there. That is what is happening when there is no law and order. Do you understand? Because nature organizes things in an orderly fashion. That is why, in order to be development and advancement, you must first of all be organized. Organization. So that once they can give, once you step into South Korea, the country knows, the data goes, they know how many people, how many foreigners that enters into Seoul. You understand? It's not like in Nigeria whereby the whole northern borders are porous. It's not manned. Do you see? Now what is happening? Terrorists, Fulani terrorists come as they wish. Everything, illegal immigrants, they fool everywhere. According to Hamza Mustafa, he say there are, I think, 60-something thousand illegal miners in Nigeria. That make Nigeria illegal miners, mostly in the north. That is making Nigeria lose, I think he said $35 billion every blessed month. $35 billion. Why? Because there is no organization. And people are shouting, oh, they are crying, things are bad. You don't know that it is because there is no leadership. And the way they organize Nigeria, the creators of Nigeria, Britain, that is the way they put it, so that there will be no leadership. So that they will be stealing, so that you will be crying. It doesn't matter, your blood doesn't mean anything to them. If you want to die, let whole families be swept off, be killed. That is not their problem. These are people that will teach you morality. These are people that brings you Bible to standardize you for you to go to heaven, but they don't care about your life. They structured Nigeria, they created Nigeria in their own way with a motive of what is happening today, so that they can go and harvest organs in Nigeria, no problem. Let me ask, the organ, is it 1 year or 2 years back? The 7,200 and something penis they saw fresh pennies in container in China that come from Nigeria. Didn't they say they will investigate? What is the result of the investigation? These are 7,000 something people, men, that we are slaughtered and their organs harvested. Are Nigerians asking of anything about it? The answer is no. Because your life doesn't matter, and you don't even care about your lives. That is the most important thing. Instead, the one person that is killed in USA unjustly, Nigerians will be protesting for it. Don't you see that? I say, if you see any Nigerian anywhere, once he tell you that he's a Nigerian, if you want, spit on his face, call him a monkey. He's a monkey. It is. That is a monkey. If they call you a monkey, answer, say, sir, sorry, sir, I'm a monkey, until I prove myself otherwise. Because things that are happening in Nigeria, people that are losing their life, being killed, what things that are happening, you don't care. But if one slightest thing happens in America or in Canada, hey, you even care more than. Does it make you a human being? The answer is no. You are not a equal human being. Let us say the truth. Here we don't fear people to talk. It's a liberty radio. You understand? Leadership could also define the type of, leadership, or people in leadership could also define the type of people they are leading. Good and bad leadership are determined by the people. Do you understand what I'm saying? Show me your friends, and I will show you, and I will tell you who you are. When we cry, the governors in our land, politicians in our land, this and that, they are not caring, they are not talking. You that is crying, if you go there tomorrow, you will not talk. You behave like them. If you go there tomorrow, enter their shoe, enter the office tomorrow, you will be behaving like them, because that is the way the people are. If the people care, if the people are not like that, they will rise up in order to change. And that is what IPOB is doing, to show that we are not like that. That is why we are rising up in civil disobediences in order to register our complaint, in order to fight this bad leadership. It's not leadership at all. This imposed leaderships on us. Because that is what makes the difference. Only you staying there crying, nothing's bad, but you are not contributing anything in order to change the situation. It shows you, if you are there tomorrow, you will do the same thing, even worse. When you look at the prolonged bad leadership of a people, it is how the people are. They are bad. They are compromised. If you understand me. You know what brings about revolution is when the people becomes aware. They endure nothing. They say, no, we need to change this. We cannot allow few people on the head in order to be using us, mesmerizing our lives. They will rise up. If they don't care about that, how many are you going to kill? How many will you kill? Ceausescu of Romania. He was larger than life during the era of communism in Romania. He was larger than life. You don't dare mention his name, because you never know. Maybe your wife can be a spy, his spy, or your husband can be his spy. So people fear even to mention his name. But what happened? A time comes, people rose up, and one day they went and captured his wife and him, and they sentenced them to death, and they shot them to pieces. It shows maturity of the people. You know, people rising up shows maturity. But the people that are come every time they complain quietly, they sit down. What does it mean? That the people, they are the same. If they go, any one of them goes tomorrow, enters into political office, he will revenge. And who is he going to revenge? Against the same miserable people. He will even be worse than the people in power. Do you understand? That is why you see very primitive people People, so you see some people living in America, good life. All they are aspiring to is to go back to Nigeria and exploit miserable people and laugh and come back and start enjoying more. Adding to that their enjoyment. An example is the former governor of Anambra. What is his name? Obiano. You see how animals reason. It is this, show me your leaders and I will tell you the type of people you are. If not what IPOB is doing. Look at when they impose the Supreme Court governor of him in Imo State. Don't you see the whole House of Assembly, they jumped fence and joined him? Do you see it? They joined him where some few people were on the streets protesting. The House of Assembly joined him. Iwanya made a statement, say, he told the Hedion, say, go and sit down, don't become a political leper. I will never forget that grammar. That is how the people are. The people of mediocrity, people that support evil. But IPOB, we are a sign of resistance. To show that we are different set of human beings. We are not like others. We fight evil. Do you understand? Because lack of organization indicates primitivity. You know, during the olden time, early men, the Neanderthals, they lack leadership. The highest, the most powerful becomes the leader. Anything, if you mess up one person, the powerful person, you can just carry stone and squash your head, and others will fear, and they will. That is it, primitivity. Do you understand? One of the main soft weapons against Africans by the West is to compromise the system of leadership or leadership selection until it becomes the norm, which it is today. I don't know whether people understand what I mean here. The main soft weapons against Africans after independence, because they planned it. You know, America gave them notice. After the First World War, America brought out the charter, the self-determination under United Nations Charter, the right of the indigenous people. That look, while they saw America at that time, when America was really fighting for the world. Not now, America has compromised. They have eaten the forbidden fruit. The fruit of colonization. They have seen the sweetness of subduing Africans and other people. They have seen Britain have taught them the sweetness. Now stay there now, they fight for the world. You don't know that you can exploit all these people. You don't know that, you know how many billions you'll be making, taking their oil, mineral resources, californium, different types of minerals. Soft and solid minerals, liquid and solid minerals. Deceive them. Otherwise, America compromised directly. America is no more what it used to be. Otherwise, after the First World War, America studied what started that First World War and found out that people want to be free. Indigenous people want to be free. You shouldn't hold them, because they have the right to live. America started giving notice to the Europeans. After the First World War, he said, look, what's the problem you have in Europe that lured us into fighting, killing people, millions of people dying, because just freedom. Indigenous people should have the right to determine their fate in governance. You shouldn't force them to belong where they are not. So, all those people you are holding hostage in Africa, colonizing, please, it is time for you to go. Europe say, okay, sorry, allow us time, we will chat away. And they smartly chatted away in order to be controlling Africans in their shadow or through their shadows with long hand. That is why, look, from 1920 or 1917, when that quit notice was given to them to America, from America, check till 1950s and 60s when flag independence was started being granted in Africa. How many years? How many years? He made the Europeans to plan well. Say, look, we are going to leave. America have told us we are going to leave, but we have to find a way in order to be in charge, still be in charge, even from far off Europe. We will still be in charge of Africa. And that is what they did. Therefore, one of the main soft weapons against Africans by the West is to compromise the system of leadership selection until it becomes a norm, which it is today. In Nigeria, they made sure that they introduce their norm, their way. Oh, you have to be democratic in our own way, do this, do that. When Nigeria even wanted to be democratic, but in their own terms, now M16 went into work. They went into work to compromise everything. Do you understand? Britain falsified the Nigerian census in 1952 and 53. That is the first step. They falsified the Nigerian census that Northerners, their friend, they call the Fulani Caliphate their friends. That their friends are more populous. Now they call them Northerners. They are far more populous than the South. And Harold Smith said, though he is one of the colonial agents in Nigeria, he said he was surprised. Why is it this noise about North being more in population? He set out to find out, and he went to North. He didn't see nothing. In the 50s, nobody. He said you will go hundreds of kilometers, you will not see no village. Only maybe 2-3 huts you will pass as a village, and you will go another 200 kilometers from one part of the north. They have land mass, yes, but it's not population. If land mass is population, now Mali, Mauritania would have been the most populous in Africa, because they have very huge land mass, don't they? Even Algeria, I think it has a population of 30-something million. Mali, whether they are up to 20 million, I don't know. But these are people that their land mass is even 2-3 times more than that of Nigeria. Now they went, but he said, look, where are the population of the people they are called North? Where are the population? Now they come back, but he said, if you go to Enugu, go to Ibadan, people, teeming population from here and there, people are teeming. Say, where is the population now in the north? Now he found out, he started understanding that the British, they are up to something. And his masters, they know what he's thinking. They tell him, hey, we understand what you are thinking, and that thing you are thinking is true. But there is nothing you can do. You are working. Know that you are a soldier. Or a soldier obeys orders. We need to help our friends, the Fulani Caliphate. So we need to. So my question is this. When Tony Blair is talking about the process of democracy, credibility, election, America is shouting. Now, why didn't they go back to history and say who disrupted who falsified the Nigerian census? That is the bedrock of Nigerian quagmire today. The falsehood that Nigeria is suffering today. Who started it? Is it not Britain? Is it not Britain, I ask? Why are they playing all this hypocrisy? And we have think tanks, we have intellectuals. They don't challenge all this publicly. What are you afraid of? This life is only once we live it. It's only cowards die 100 times, millions of times before they are dead. You say the truth, you die. You don't say the truth, you die. Is it not better you come out, you talk the truth and die? Is it not better? Saying the truth, that is why Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is where he is today. The Nigerian court released him, and he is still there. Catherine Lang, the British High Commission, they don't want to talk about it. You never want to talk about Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, but he's a British citizen. But these are people that will come to start giving us lectures on, credibility of issues. But they are the people that started this falsehood in Nigeria. The Britain falsified the Nigerian census in 1952-53, and they also rigged the 1963 election results. You understand? Population figures at that time determine not only parliamentary representation but also revenue allocation and employee distribution in the civil service. That is quota system. That is where they introduce quota system. Now, go and ask Katrina Leon. Do you have quota system in England? Do you want to come for employment and they tell you that no, you are from where? From Manchester. No, your quota is closed, so no need. But these are the things they put in Nigeria. But when we rise up to challenge, they name us bad people, that we are, blockade to democracy. But these are the demons that we are suffering. Ask Tony Blair. Tell him, Oga Tony Blair, that wants a credible election, but who falsified 1952-53 election? Census in Nigeria. Is it not you? Is it not British government who rigged the 1963 elections that brought problems? Is it not the same British government? You understand? They put all these things. That is why today, whenever you hear Fulani politicians speak, they tell you, say, democracy now is a game of numbers. So we are more in numbers, so we continue being in charge. This is Britain that gives them this audacity, this power, because Britain rigged the election, the first census in Nigeria, even first census, in favor of them, in favor of deserts. They lied. No person have had the audacity to challenge all these things. But IPOB, we are there. We are here talking. We want to raise awareness. For you that is going, you monkey that is thinking that election will save you, you are still in that cage that Britain put you. Until we find out, we build up, we remove ourselves from this cage, so that Britain will no more be in charge. What India did as a human being. Do you ever see any India presidential or prime minister candidate going to London, going to Chatham House, going to the British Parliament, going to number 10 Downing Street before going to India to be elected? Have you ever seen it before? But you compare yourself. Maybe you are in India now as a Nigerian. You say, hey, why are you threatening me? Is it because I'm an African? Yes, because you're a monkey in Africa. You can go and when you do what Indians did, you earn your place as a human being. That is, it's something we should be campaigning. Please maltreat every one of us, so that we understand that we are not equal human beings. I'm telling you. Until we go back to in order to build our countries, in order to build civilizations, not every time complaining. We know how to claim rights in foreign land. Is it because I'm a black person? Oh, you are threatening me? Are you discriminating because I'm an African? Yes, you are an orangutan. That's why. That's it. You are an orang. You are a monkey. Go and build a civilization so that we shall know. Go and undo what Britain did in your land. The same way Indians did it. Indians, no matter that they suffer, they pay the price. Huge price, bloody price. But today they are free, real free. Can you do that? You prefer to remain as a slave and even to exploit other miserable slaves like you. That is why in Nigeria, police people, they look at police in Nigeria. Look at, you see police barracks where they are living. You go there, you will not eat, even you vomit. Pigs cannot live there. Instead of these policemen and women that have arms, in order to confront their superiors, their masters, their superiors that are dealing with them, they will go up on the street to be confronting, intimidating poor miserable people that are suffering like them. Don't you see that Africans have problems? Don't you see that instead of confronting the people that are making you to suffer, you go and start intimidating people that are suffering like you? Don't you see that there is a very big problem? And that problem is in the head, the way we reason, the way black people reason, the way Nigerians reason. That is what we are trying to remove from here. We cure it ourselves because it is bitter, but it cures. That is what we do here. We don't pity ourselves. You understand? Britain, they rigged the population census in favor of the Fulani. They call them North. They bring North. You see North. In order to hand over power to the Sokoto Caliphate. Sokoto Caliphate tell them, say, look, I cannot be part of this Nigeria. I even praise them because they challenge Britain. Yes. They say we cannot be part of this thing you are creating. We have our own civilization. If you want us to be part of it, we give you under some conditions. Queen Elizabeth said, okay, give us your condition. He said, okay, number one, you see, don't call us Sokoto Caliphate any longer. Make it official in the Nigerian politics that we should be called the North. The North. No division. And this North will come down to Benue. You understand? It will come down to Benue in the map. You put it there where all of us are the North. So that at least we stifle those people. We will be in charge. Both land mass, everything. Even the people they call themselves middle belt, they should be part of the North. And Britain say, okay. I used to say this. For you to understand that human being is God, human being can recreate human being. They recreated us and we start thinking the way they want us to think. What we are preaching here is for us to think outside the cage, outside where they placed us. Imagine, go to map of Nigeria. The way they put color, north, separating north and south. As I'm talking, go to maps, go to image, see it. You see north from Castina down to Benue, and they are calling it north. Is the condition they gave to Britain, and Britain went to work. They say we will do it. Don't worry, we are your gods. Don't worry, we will do it. Everybody will start thinking like that. Even the Benue people, they will start calling themselves north. Don't worry, we will do it. Is that all? They say no, that is not all. The second one is this: our Sultan, the Sultan of Sokoto, will be the head, the supreme head of all chiefs, all local chiefs in Nigeria, including in your backyard, in your village. Everybody must be bowing down to him. He will be the head of all religions in Nigeria, both Christianity and Islam, all. They say, is that all? They say it's done. Consider it done. They say, okay, welcome to Nigeria. We are all Nigerians. Don't worry. So they get to Nigeria, they enter Nigeria in their own terms, and Britain gave it to them. But today they are telling you, every time they are telling you, threat to democracy. We want democracy in Nigeria. Tell them in the face that Tony Blair, you people are hypocrites. You people are pure demonic hypocrites. Take Catherine Lalian. If you're opportune to see Catherine Lalian, shout it on her and say, you are a hypocrite. Get out of our face. Get out of our land. You are talking about democracy. Who rigged the census? Who falsified the census in favor of the Fulani Caliphate? Who rigged the election of 1963? If not you. But today, it's the people that are coming to give us lecture on election, this and that, the way they want us to be. That is why we always remain low as a people, as a black people, as Nigerians. There is nothing you can do about it unless you follow IPOB in order to rebel. You understand? In order to rebel, to say no to that status quo. Otherwise, we continue being slaves to them. We must continue. Remember, another census was held in Nigeria in 1963. And this time, an additional 8.5 million people were discovered in the north. In 1963, another census, bringing the total to 31 million for the north, a figure higher than the population of every other African country in Africa at that time. And the whole of Nigeria at that time, 1963, was 56 million for Nigeria as a whole. Now they put 31 million for them. That time, in 1963 again, no. After 1952 election, you know, the Southerners tried to undo it through several. They said no. The master has given us power, so you cannot. Now they do their own census and another census in 1963 and add another number, made it that you must be perpetually small. You understand? That is why an average Fulani, you see him, a politician, he tell you that, oh, look at, we are more than you people. So the beauty of democracy is numbers. It's a game of numbers. So we are more than you people. There is nothing you can do without us. Do you see it? Do you see how they placed everybody in a cage by Britain? Those that are trying to lecture you how to credible election. Tell them what is credible election in Nigeria. There is nothing like credible election in Nigeria. There is nothing. Nigerians, I'm talking to you. How do you see you have so-called presidential candidates every time all in London? Ask them what are you signing there? They are signing off your destiny. Yeah, they are signing off your destinies. When they come in 1 year, you start crying. By that time it's too late. They say, oh no, it's wait for another election time so that you vote. And you as monkeys, baboons you wait. And anyway, let's wait. Yeah, pastor will tell you, don't worry, pray, we are going to get another leader. Yeah, imam will explain to you that look, you have to obey the ruler because they have been settled. That is how a cycle upon cycle of deception all year round, and you are crying. You are dying miserable deaths, avoidable deaths. This woman in Enugu, this man and woman, husband and wife, that we are living happily, they are dead. Because they are Nigerians, they are dead. And it doesn't mean anything to Nigerians. They will say, oh, it's Igbo man, Igbo woman, don't worry, their life doesn't matter. But one day we come to you, and that time you'll be crying. That is what we shout here. Do you understand? I will continue. The Britain blackmailed Azikiwe into submission and made sure Awolowo didn't have it in his right way by excluding his party, that is Action Group, from the national government. Instead, they rigged in Akintola, who formed the Nigerian National Democratic Party, a party that was formed by, is a defunct party anyway, by Herbert Macaulay in 1923. But he brought it up as his own party now. These are agents. Akintola was an agent. That was why he was killed during the coup. But after they misunderstood or mischievously did so, because he challenged Awolowo. Awolowo was loved by the whole Europe, I'm telling you honestly. But the British, through the Fulani Caliphate, they stirred up, through Ahmad Bello, Tafawa Balewa and Ahmad Bello, they stirred up confusion. They polarized the party so that, do you know that even Akintola entered into power, was a premier of Western Union, Western region, without even election. Do you know that? After when there was the confusion in the West, that is the reason, or that was the reason why the 1966 coup was planned and struck. All these are the plans of Britain. You understand? You know, they are master planners in order to get the result of the type of Nigeria that they are having today, so that everywhere there will be bleeding everywhere. People will not have time to checkmate them that they are looting and stealing. Instead, they will be coming as saviors. Catherine Allen will come, oh, electoral process. Tony Blair Institute will come and say, oh no, we have IPOB that are threatening democracy. Look at your democracy, the way you put us. And the people are not thinking how we are scattered all over, whereas they are milking everywhere, both solid stones, solid mineral resources in the billions, every blessed day. Or come to gas and crude oil, they are sucking it and stealing, looting every blessed day, and living good lives in UK. After they'll tell you, no, we need doctors, we are helping you so that you come to UK, we give you visa. Why not you tell them why? Why can't we give you visa so that you come to our land? If we have restore our land, we will make it a place to be proud of. We can invite British, give them visa so that they'll come to work in our land. Will work for us. Why can't you think like that? Oh, you think, oh, wow, you go and being a talented doctor you are, a nurse, you go and start packing shit, all the people's shit. And now who go? You don't think, you don't reason and say, look, for how long shall we continue living this type of life? For how long? Let us reason, honestly. Here we steer our brain into reasoning. Because I see that even European politics, European dirty politics, they have numbed our sense of reasoning. So that people take now mediocrity, they take this type of life as the norm. It is not the norm, it is not normal. I'm telling you. Let me continue. I will open my lines in a short time, please. Okay. As I was saying, they blackmailed Azikiwe into submission. Yes, we know that. And made sure Awolowo didn't have it his right way by excluding his party action group from the national government. Instead, they rigged in Akintola, who formed the Nigerian National Democratic Party, into power in the West, even without election, thereby instigating a crisis that led to the declaration of state of emergency in the Western region. All this they did in order to compromise the leadership to their liking. They made sure that their friends unquote, that is the Fulani Caliphate, they made sure that their friends, the Caliphate, is in permanent charge of Nigeria, which is the main reason why Nigeria was created in the first place. To be running Nigeria by proxy, thereby having access to every resource in Nigeria and in complete control of the population. Therefore, when Tony Blair Institute for Global Change falsely mentioned IPOB as a threat to democratic elections in Nigeria, when Catriona Lang, the current British High Commissioner in Nigeria, is making noise about credible election in Nigeria, when the United States is hypocritically publicizing their $50 million support for credible elections in Nigeria come 2023, please tell them that Britain institutionalized high corrupt election and census malpractices in their creation called Nigeria. Whenever they are making all this noise, if you near Katrina Leon, please, as a journalist, ask. I never see a journalist in Nigeria. I never see. Don't fear. People will be behind you. Don't fear. Ask the madam, sorry, you are talking of election, right? What about 1952-53 election that was, census that was falsified by your country, Britain? What about 1963 election that was rigged by Britain? Can you say something about it? You will see he will order for them to remove you, or he will go in shame. He will tell you that no, that one is bygone. That one is bygone. Bygone is bygone. We gotta move on. Because they know how to talk to monkeys. Confront them. Those that are telling you that we need credit, we are going to support Nigeria with credible election. That is arrant nonsense. Because they are the people that instituted what is happening in Nigeria. Do you understand? We need to live our lives because we are human beings that come into this planet Earth like them. The way they come in, they didn't come in through another way. So it is the way we behave that made it look as if they are different. No. Stop being, tricked. Stop being deceived. We all have one head. But the only thing is, the difference is the way you reason. As I'm talking, some people will be, no, leave this thing, I beg, let us go election. What election are you talking? When people that you are supposed to be voting for, that are supposed to be ruling you, they are going to play allegiance to, first of all, to the British. What are you going to talk about it? Have you asked Katrina Lang, Madam, what of Tinubu, Obi and Atiku? What are they always doing in London? Coming to Chatham House? Why? Why are they coming? Why is it not India? You colonize India, right? Why don't the Indian prime ministers during an election they will start coming to London, to Chatham? Why don't they do it? Only Nigeria do it. When you ask all these questions, they know that these people are wisening up. But when you see Katrina Lang, you fear. Oh, now white person now. Because it's your God now. Don't you see that? It's your God. It's your God. That's why you're afraid. After we lost, remember what Nigeria, what the British, what Europeans did to Africa, what Britain did to Nigeria by controlling, manipulating, instituting the leaders, the so-called political leaders, is what the Fulani did in our land, are doing in our land. Imposing, that is miniature colonization, the worst form of colonization. Every time I used to give this analogy with South Sudan. South Sudan, what started the fight, the war of South Sudan? 1955. He said before they had independence, before Sudan had independence in 1956, 1 year before. South Sudan saw their leaders saw this thing. Their political elites, they saw what Britain wanted to do. That they wanted to leave them and hand them over to the Janjaweed, the Sudanese Janjaweed, the North. And they said, no, it cannot happen. This plan you want to do, no, you cannot sell us to the South. Instead, if you are here colonizing all of us, no problem. Do you understand? No single problem. But as you are going, you want to hand us over to people to be colonized again. You don't know. We are not going to take it. Britain said, no, these people, you are orangutan, you cannot command us. We do what we want with your life. They said no. They took up arms. That is how South Sudan started fighting. For 39 years, today they are free. You might be saying, oh, they are killing themselves. Look, building a country is a process. Whenever there is revolution, liberation, it has ricochet effects. It's everywhere in history. It's not something of one day. France had their French Revolution. Do you know how many years it took them in order to come in terms with what you are seeing today as France, developed France? It is a process. They fought. Dictatorship entered. They killed themselves. Look, if Biafra come, don't think that it is one day everything will be okay. That time we start work. Because we have to fight with the real agents. The agents of British agents will come. American agents will come. Those that will be used in order to dismantle, to cause confusion in Biafra, we will start fighting against them. You understand? Those that if we do, if there will be conference, national conference, they'll say no, like that. They know that what they are doing is bad. What they are saying is not, is a wrong, but they will continue. These agents, we will fight them. Don't think that it will be a bed of roses. I'm telling you now. South Sudan, in the next few years, I'm telling you, it will be okay. That is it. You know, when a woman is pregnant, it burns. It's painful. If a woman wants to burn, the pain is too much. It goes into, what do they call it? I've forgotten. But what I know, before a woman delivers a child, it goes into pain. If you say it cannot remove that, it cannot go that pain, it cannot undergo that pain, it will die. It will not bear that child alive. He will die. Even if he wants to go through operation, he will die. It's still painful. Do you understand? All these developed countries, they went through different painful periods of their lives. Do you understand me? You know, I tell you, Japan fought Christianity for 265 years. Do you think that it is something easy? Do you think that fighting Europeans is something easy one day? They suffered. Generation upon generation suffered, but they persevered. They said no. Instead of this to take place, to take hold in our land, instead all of us perish. That is, the power of consistency. Because oppressors hate consistency. They will come with money, they will come with intimidation, they will come, but once they continue seeing that your generation, all of you are, you say no, they will tire. That is why our leaders say we are going to wear them down. We wear them down. Friction. We continue friction until they wear off and they will surrender. That is who we are. So that people should not think that it is a bed of roses. What we are doing is not a bed. After all, our leader is in the enemy territory. Hasn't he been released by the Nigerian court? Where is he? Is he not still there? Does it make him to shake? The answer is no. That is why we should continue day in, day out. Even if people die, others continue saying that so it will be. We will not agree. Because once we cow down, we are finished. Do you understand? The reason why they don't respect us as a people is, look at Asare Dokubo that started the fight, though for resources. But had it been him intended, he would have gotten something huge. But after they saw money, sabotage entered, they sold themselves and they cow down. Today, they are billionaires making money in the terms of their oppressors. The same thing. After they used criminality to destroy everything. That is what they try to do to IPOB. But thank God that we understand, we know the game. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu say, we know that all these things will come. Now what they are doing is to use criminality. They will instigate criminals everywhere, to have a heyday. Kill, make money, snatch cars, in order to confuse people, to make people, disgust IPOB, disgust Biafra restoration. That no, if it is like this, let us stop. Instead, let us continue in our slavery in Nigeria. That is what they want to do. But they have fallen even before they start. Before they started, they have fallen. Their ass is grass. So this is how they behave. Do you understand? After we lost the Biafra Revolutionary War, political leaders were and are still imposed on us. Even local village chiefs and PGs are now imposed on us. This puts us in a very sorry state we are in today. A state of confusion as a people, with no magnitude and direction. We are therefore reduced to survival of the fittest. Dog eat dog for individual survival and progress. That is how they reduce us. Now survival now we are no more as a people. Survive in that word survive. Even you eat your brother to survive, it is allowed. Dog eat dog. That is what they put us. The way they relegated us. We are trying to remove ourselves from this quagmire. From picking the fragments of British onslaught on us as a people. That is why sabotage is everywhere. People even sell the future of their children in order to make money, in order to survive. That is the worst thing they did to us. When after the war they give, when we say they give 20 pounds to Biafrans, no, only those that have account. Imagine people that have account, that had account in bank in that time. That time they were rich people even. They were given 20 pounds. Others were given nothing. So it means everybody go and survive anything. Even if you want to, if you can kill your brother to survive, do it. They sentence us into that thing, that situation till today. What IPOB is doing is monstrous. It's very huge. In order to make sure that we revive ourselves from where they put us, we remove ourselves from it, and that is what we are doing. So when you see Katrina Liang telling you that credible election Nigeria, hush her, insult her publicly, ask her who rigged the Nigerian election 1963. Who made Awolowo to be sent to jail, charged with treason? Who made Akintola to come into power without election? Akintola that was not popular. He formed his all of a sudden the Sadwana of Sokoto, Tafawa Balewa declared the state of emergency in Southwest. And his party joined with NPC. Is it Northern People's Congress? And they become talent with Akintola. Why putting the people that the state of emergency in Southwest? And his party joined with NPC. Is it Northern People's Congress? And they become talent with Akintola. Why putting the people that the state of emergency in Southwest? And his party joined with NPC. Is it Northern People's Congress? And they become talent with Akintola. Why putting the people that the state of emergency in Southwest? And his party joined with NPC. Is it Northern People's Congress? And they become talent with Akintola. Why putting the people that the state of emergency in Southwest? And his party joined with NPC. Is it Northern People's Congress? And they become talent with Akintola. Why putting the people that the state of emergency in Southwest? And his party joined with NPC. Is it Northern People's Congress? And they become talent with Akintola. Why putting the people that the state of emergency in Southwest? And his party joined with NPC. Is it Northern People's Congress? And they become talent with Akintola. Why putting the people that the state of emergency in Southwest? And his party joined with NPC. Is it Northern People's Congress? And they become talent with Akintola. Why putting the people that the state of emergency in Southwest? And his party joined with NPC. Is it Northern People's Congress? And they become talent with Akintola. Why putting the people that the state of emergency in Southwest? And his party joined with NPC. Is it Northern People's Congress? And they become talent with Akintola. Why putting the people that the state of emergency in Southwest? And his party joined with NPC. Is it Northern People's Congress? And they become talent with Akintola. Why putting the people that the state of emergency in Southwest? And his party joined with NPC. Is it Northern People's Congress? And they become talent with Akintola. Why putting the people that the state of emergency in Southwest? And his party joined with NPC. Is it Northern People's Congress? And they become talent with Akintola. Why putting the people that the state of emergency in Southwest? And his party joined with NPC. Is it Northern People's Congress? And they become talent with Akintola. Why putting the people that the state of emergency in Southwest? And his party joined with NPC. Is it Northern People's Congress? And they become talent with Akintola. Why putting the people that the state of emergency in Southwest? and his party joined with NPC. Is it Northern People's Congress? And they become talent with Akintola. Why putting the people that the state of emergency in Southwest? And his party joined with NPC. Is it Northern People's Congress? And they become talent with Akintola. Why putting the people that the state of emergency in Southwest? And his party joined with NPC. Is it Northern People's Congress? And they become talent with Akintola. Why putting the people that the state of emergency in Southwest? And his party joined with NPC. Is it Northern People's Congress? And they become talent with Akintola. Why putting the people that the state of emergency in Southwest? And his party joined with NPC. Is it Northern People's Congress? And they become talent with Akintola. Why putting the people that the state of emergency in Southwest? And his party joined with NPC. Is it Northern People's Congress? And they become talent with Akintola. Why putting the people that the state of emergency in Southwest? And his party joined with NPC. Is it Northern People's Congress? And they become talent with Akintola. Why putting the people that the state of emergency in Southwest? And his party joined with NPC. Is it Northern People's Congress? And they become talent with Akintola. Why putting the people that the and his party joined with NPC. Is it Northern People's Congress? And they become talent with Akintola. Why putting the people that the
ugwu ka anyị buru ebele nchọnchọ anyị mere gosiri na ozu ndị a niile bụ nke ndị anyị nọ na mọchụarị anyị na-elibe so na-akele anyị ụkwụ na-epile anyị aja na garị. Biko ka anyị mara na ihe anyị ga-eme lipụ ozu ndị a, hapụkwa na ihe ndị ọzọ sochiri ya. Anyị lipụchi ozu ndị a nwanne, anyị abịa n'obi eme ha kpara ama ndị sochiri ya. Anyị na-arịọ unu onye ọbụla nwụrụ ọnụ were mkpụrụ ụbọchị 3 lie ya, bịa hazie ihe niile. Ihe mezikwanara emezi, a na-akpọ ya nwa mma. Biko ihe ndị a na-ebutere anyị nsogbu ruo na a ga-eji mọchụarị na-akpa anyị ọgba ebe niile. Ozu adọrọ n'ihu, dọrọ n'azụ, dọrọ n'ụlọ, dọrọ n'uko, dọrọ n'usekwu, dọrọ na palọ, dọrọ na senta tebụl. Anyị na-ele ya anya. Chineke igbe ozu mana m ụmụnna ma enweghị ike iji amịrị igbe akwa ebe mkpokoro eso dị mma ma eji ihe eme ọla aka. Unu ma ihe m na-ekwu maka na nwata be nne ya be nna ya amara na ihe ọ ga-ebe agwụla. Anyị arịọ unu ka unu nwee ike mee ihe ugbu a mgbe chi na-efobere tutu mmiri asọwa ọgba. Anyị ma ihe eji na-ekwu ihe a, ụfọdụ mọchụarị nọ n'ala Biafra anyị ga-emechi ha, n'ihi na mọchụarị abụghị ebe ụmụntakịrị na-aga egwuregwu, ọ bụghị ebe ndị okenye na-aga ezuru ike, ọ bụghị ebe a na-atatụ ihe n'ọnụ ma ọ bụ kụọ ngaji n'eze, ọ bụghị ebe a na-aga nlele. Ihe eji agba na ntị eji ya agba n'anya. Anyị na-arịọ unu ka unu mee ihe kwesịrị nụ ka ala anyị dere ji, ka obodo anyị dere ji. Unu cheta na onye ọbụla rere ala lie mmadụ oliole ozu labụ ihe abụọ apụle n'ahụ. Ka anyị nyere unu onwe anyị aka. Ihe meziri emezi a na-akpọ ya nwa mma. Anyị anaghị aba mba ma arịrịọ ka anyị na-arịọ unu. Ma ọ bụrụ unu na-asịkwanụ na unu agaghị elebara ihe ndị ahụ anya n'otu ọ dị na mbụ ka ọ ga-adịgide, nwanne anyị enweghị ihe ọzọ anyị ga-eme na-abụghị ime ihe kwesịrị nụ, n'ihi na anyị onwe anyị bụ ụmụ afọ Biafra agaghị anọ ihe eri ọba anyị. Ozi a unu na-anụ ugbu a si n'aka ndị IPOB, Indigenous People of Biafra, na-abịara unu n'okpuru onye ndu anyị bụ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu dị ya nsọ. Ọ bụ ha na-akụ mgbịrịmgba maka na osisi nwa ọnwụ otu ya afọ ọ nụrụ ka ala ibe. Ndewo.
Welcome back. This is Radio Biafra House of Service coming to you through the auspices of Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Jonathan Chinedu from Alu province of Biafra, and today is the 12th day of December 2022, being Monday, Obochi Orie. I welcome back each and every one of you, and our lines are now open. Our direct line as usual is +1 213 328 6224. I repeat, +1 213 328 6224. Our WhatsApp and signal line is +61 405 142 547. I repeat, +61 405 142 547. You can call us and give us your view. Remember, the topic of my submission is leadership, the importance of leadership. We must continue.
Our cocoa, our timber, our gold, our diamonds, our platinum, our whatever, everything you are is us. I am not saying it, it's a fact. And in return.
Caller on direct line, welcome to the program. Please, callers, hold on, I'll come to you. Caller on direct line, can you hear me? Welcome to the program. Caller on direct line, welcome to the program. Caller on direct line, please off your radio. Off your radio, please. Caller on direct line, I'm waiting for you. I don't know. You were listening to your device. I don't know why. Caller on signal. Welcome to the program. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mazi Jonathan, I can hear you.
There we go.
Mazi, my name is Mazi Fine. I'm calling from my location. That's sometimes I wonder how Nigeria government get their independence. I don't know meaning of leadership. Someone to be a leader. I don't know whether they know the meaning before them proceed or they start processing of their independence. I didn't see any leadership in Nigeria government. Mazi, that one is by the way. Yes, the quality of leadership. I believe that leadership, you can never get a degree on a leadership. You can course in the school. You say that you want to do a course of leadership. Leadership is not a man-made of a thing. Is a gift from God, and the leadership can be born. Is someone that is born, that is a heritage. There's no amount of degree or qualification in educational background leadership title. I don't think that there is something like that. Because someone that calls himself a leadership must be lead as an example. That person must set he or herself as an example. And that's the quality and characteristics of leadership. That is true. You see what is going on in this country. If there is any leadership in this country, all this mess that this Nigeria government or Nigeria then think that Nigeria is a country can never be happening. It's because of all of the political classes in Nigeria. They are not a leadership. I thank God for God to giving us a leader, somebody like who is a leader, and the quality of a leader is in him. He's a born leader. He's a born leader, and he have already set himself and put himself as an example. And that's the person we're supposed to imitate him as a leader. Drop here. Thank you for your topic. You have known everything, but one thing is certain. One thing is assured, that when Biafra will come, a kind of a place where we will train a born leader, people that was, people that is born as a leader and has their gift as a leader. And that can make us to go further and also teach the whole world the quality of Mazi. Let me drop here. Thank you for your topic. May God bless you.
And you too. There were. Caller on WhatsApp, welcome to the program. Can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp.
Yes, I can hear you, Mr.
There were.
Good evening. And thank you so much for this big program tonight.
Mazi, will it take too long? Can you
let me remove it to number 4.
Go on. Mazi, are you still there?
Yes, I'm still here. Sorry, I wanted to remove my headphone.
Please, go on.
So, Mazi Jonathan, good evening. Yes, good evening. Thank you very much for the program. But before I continue, I want to thank Magic for giving us this opportunity of interaction and enlightenment. And I know God is with him, because those who are in the spirit knows that he's just doing what God wants him to do, and that's what it is, and nothing the enemy can do about it. And for you, this program is so, as always, breathtaking. Bro, you have touched everything. You're watching it so much unbelievable. Because when you talk of leadership, the truth is that our people, the people that are supposed to be followers are supposed to be enlightened, and that is, the good aspect of this job you are doing. People have to understand their responsibility as followers, otherwise the leaders will keep playing. And it is true too, the way you are breaking it down regards to what the colonial master has done to us. But they are doing those things because we do not know what we are doing ourselves. So I still believe when the people realize the path they are taking and stand up in unison to ask for their right, they will begin to it. That's why when I speak to some of these white guys or the British people here, they laugh and say, you are not ready because you have not really transformed into what it means to be a human being that has their right. That is even simple. It's more simpler now to have our freedom. But can you see, so, unfortunately, many of us, even those that are well educated, are very, very far from the knowledge that they need to have in order to emancipate themselves. Very, very unfortunately. So IPOB for me is a movement. When they say some people think it's just you must. In fact, you will be privileged. People have to be privileged to have what it means to be an IPOB. And that's why I love those who are on the wrong path, because definitely they will sink with it. So it is something of happiness to say that what you are doing is wonderful, and our people have to follow up. We need to transform and become these people who want this freedom. The moment we want it, the moment people are well enlightened, understand the road we're supposed to take, the colonial masters or whomever is there will leave us. But it's good to grab it from this point of history So there are people who will understand what the game is all about. It's not almost what people are doing. So if people give in to slavery, they will be enslaved. If they don't, definitely, whoever is holding them will leave them to go. And that's why your program has always been amazing and wonderful. I want to thank you, bro. Keep it on. I don't know, I'm going to test you because there's something else I may want to ask you in private. I don't know if you allow me. I didn't, say my name when I started because I was so excited. My name is Mazi Adams. So I would like to test you. There is some things I also want to get from you. But,
okay, do that. No problem. Do that. Just send me, inbox me, text me. No problem.
I will. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chinedu. Have a nice evening.
There will. Remain blessed. Caller on signal. Can you hear me? Welcome to the program.
Thank you, Professor Jonathan. Good evening from my side. I greet Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, a prisoner of conscience, and I greet the Directorate of State of Indigenous People of Biafra. I remain your brother Mazi Celestin Ogba. I am calling right here in the coastal region of Biafra, Akwa Ibom precisely. Professor Jonas, I did not start this program on time, but I will swiftly do justice to it, having had the knowledge of what you are talking about. I think the number one problem of this contraption was the rigging of the first census in favor of the Funanis by the British. And why this thing happened was because British, after looking at the constituent nations that make up this contraction, have preference to Funanis because they know that they can manipulate the Funanis. And by so doing, they understand that when they put Funanis in power, they will be running this contraction by proxy. So now, as Funanis was empowered above every other indigenous nations in this contraction, now the Funani keep advancing their hegemony by planting some political criminals in Yoruba and in Oduduwa and the Biafra land, so that these political criminals will also keep subjugating their own people into total intimidation and to submission. So this is what is happening. And why are these things happening? These things are happening because of greed and the selfishness, the urge to acquire and overacquire. So these are the reasons why these political criminals keep using every known means to intimidate people, thereby softening the ground for Funani hegemony to perpetually dominate the indigenous land, and also keep advancing their own way of life and practice. So now, Professor Jonas, one other area that will fail our people that have failed is when this institutionalization of hunger as a parameter to hold the people down. Because when you look at things, when they use hunger as a tool, when they use hunger as a tool during the genocidal war, they understand that it works, and they capitalize on this, and they continually keep using it. And now our people are not very tough in mind, they are not tough in heart, and that was why they are subjected to what they can eat today and tomorrow. which is what they call today stomach infrastructure. Nobody is have that mental toughness to stand up to fight for what will benefit the generation and generation to come. So these are part of the problem. Not until this very family of IPOB come, who wake up the consciousness of our people, letting us know that we are in the bondage, that it is not about our generation, but it is about the generation to come. And that is why we rise in total solidarity with our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And we are trying to change the narrative by trying to confront the evil itself, because that is the only way that the table can be turned around. And unless the table is turned around perpetually, we should be into this almighty mess. So, Prof. Jonas, I think the indigenous people within the concept of the Nigerian geographical space only need to realize that strong institutions are built by strong laws, and the strong laws are product of laws that are subjected to people by referendum. It is not for people to be picked and picked 1, 2, 3 from there, and they take them to Abuja and they try to give them a pamphlet, and they adopted that pamphlet and imposed on people as a referendum. There is no how such thing can produce a viable nation that we have a viable economy. It is not possible. So please, Mazi, Jonathan, having said that, I think I will have to give some other comrades space to make their own input. Thank you so much for your continual education of our people. God bless you. Almost Biafra.
Almost Biafra. There. I have a caller also. What's up? There, well, Mazi, go on, please, go on.
Good evening. I want to thank you for your good work. I bless God for it. I also want to thank our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. There are two things I want to talk about tonight. I just want to touch two of them. Number one is you talked about the seaport that they built in Lagos. Most of us that lived in Lagos before, they know very, very well that Lagos is already jam-packed. There's no space. Sometimes you will be on the hold up for 3 hours. Can't even get where you're going to. Tinkana land is already green locked. Apapa Wharf is green locked. So opening another seaport in the same Lagos is really, really unacceptable. So what I want to touch there is, you can see that these people everybody is fighting for their own interest. It's a collective, this is what you have been hammering for days, and the thing has been changing our lives. To be honest with you, even some of my friends here, they are so happy. You have been talking about collective effort. Even in the war stage, everybody is fighting to make sure that people are good, they are living well. That is what Igbo, especially Igbo Biafrans, should imbibe on. A collective effort. Look at the Yorubas. They make sure that this thing does not move out from their region. Even if they are bringing Tinubu, they know that if Tinubu doesn't even go, their own people will be there, and it doesn't matter what happens, they have the power. And in every region, there are two powerful things that if you don't have it, it doesn't matter what you do, no matter how your intellectual capabilities, if you do not have it, you will be disadvantaged. Number one is international airport. If you don't have international airport, that region is paralyzed, because international airport has to do with goods and services. Number two is seaport. It also has to do with goods and services and bringing people in and taking people out. So these are the things that have paralyzed the eastern region. We don't have a viable international airport and seaport. These are the things that is plaguing us. If you go to like Aba, Owe, and other places, all you see is shops everywhere. There is no tangible infrastructure or company that can produce things that you can export outside the country, or employ, or a company that can employ up to 1,000 people at a go. You can't see those things there. It's all lock-up shops everywhere and little markets here and there. These are the things that we don't need in this time. We need a better infrastructure that will change the life of our people. Now, I want to talk about, lastly, I want to talk about the husband and wife that Fulani is killed in our land, and ESL rescued them. The governor is not saying anything, and nobody is asking the governor, this thing is happening in your state. Why are you not talking? People are being massacred day and night. People are being maimed, and you can never see that governor want them to set any press conference. These things is really paining me, and is, honestly speaking, we must find a solution. You have given us all the enlightenment, honestly speaking. Even if you don't talk again in the weeks or months to come, we are not bothered, because the ones you have given to us have given us insight to know that we must fight what that belongs to us. So I want to thank you, but what I want to say is, Biafrans, you should rise up to the occasion. The time is now. We must take this boom by the horn and take our land back from this marauder. Thank you, Mr. Chinedu. I honestly speaking, I thank you for picking my call. God bless you so much.
We must continue. We must continue. Collective effort is what makes people advance. As a human being, collectivity. You know, we don't know even how to form cooperative. All these things they destroyed our original way of life. That is the reason. They destroyed our original way of life. When we can, from our villages, we do things, together. Forming cooperatives, you can even do many things through it. But when they reduce us into fighting for yourself, everybody, that is where things fell apart. And many things contributed, including even the religion they brought to us. Caller on I said Twitter. Caller on Signal. Welcome to the program. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Mazi. Good evening.
There, Mazi. Welcome to the program.
Yes, I greet you, Mazi, and I greet our leader. I pray that may the God of our ancestors keep empowering him, comforting him in this difficult time, and all his enemies shall be vindicated. Mazi, thanks again once more. As usual, another mentally stimulating conversation which you have this evening. And regarding the leadership you spoke about, that really touched me a lot. And I have been thinking of leadership in respective to our leader, Mazi, because if we look up the word, who is a leader or what is a leader, we can see that one, leaders are born. You did not become a leader, you are born a leader. And in the person of Nnamdi Kanu, he has guided lots of us, inspired, and in fact, this renaissance of the Biafra movement we have today is thanks to him, because he was one who brought back this revival. And by saying so, we can see that he has all the attributes and quality of leader. But when we now come to the present Nigerian setting, the zoo, we can see that, Mazi, we have nothing competent leadership here, because the representative of the people, they don't have any attribute or any characteristic of a leadership. You see, Britain and the Westerners, they brought democracy to us, whereby we have to elect our leaders through democratic process, which comprises the people to participate and choose that participate and be part of the decision making of the process. But we can see that this system always is thwarted, like you said. The first consensus that was held, it was thwarted. Up to the elections we have been carrying up to now. But when we come to the West, those of us that are living here, we can see how they take this democratic process so serious. Even though there might be, a bit of rigging, but the process is transparent. And they choose their leader. But when it comes to us, there was always something in between that will, cause confusion to make the democratic process of choosing a leader to go the wrong way. That's what has been affecting us up to this generation where we are. We can see that the independence leader from Al-Mustafa's revelation, not Nigeria, all Africa, not only Nigeria, they were all murdered. So leadership Mazi we don't have. Criminals like Pobia all these things. And it's sad that we
Mazi, your voice is not coming out as it should, I'm telling you. Mazi, the network is bad, honestly. The network is bad. You can call back. Can you hear me?
Okay. I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay, go on now. I think it's better now. Go on, please. Go on. No. Caller on WhatsApp, welcome to the program. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Professor Jonathan.
There, Mazi, welcome to the program. Go on.
Yeah, thank you for taking my call. Speaking to a brother who's the scavenger. I'm calling from Africa du Sud in South Africa. I greet my leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, a prisoner of conscience, who set up this Radio Biafra, a citadel of knowledge and prosperity to educate all we Biafrans and the whole world at large. Biafrans, I greet you. IPOB members, I greet you too. And the radio listeners. Professor Jonathan, your speech this evening in this year program. There is something that baffles me or that makes me to think all the time. Because when it's election, we started to hear so many institute of this, institute of that, talking about Nigeria election, and also talking about they started now to talk about Boko Haram and all this. On their way of talking about this Boko Haram, they will attach our name, the IPOB name there, just to make the book sell, just to make the whole world hear about them. Because all the time, if they are pricing them, Nigeria is giving them maybe $3 billion or $3 million. When they put IPOB, then it will jump to $5 million. Because the reason why I'm saying an institute called itself National Democratic Institute, NDI, from America. The another one called itself International Republican Institute. Then you ask yourself, this institute, did they think that we Biafrans are fool? Or because they teach us English, we don't understand what is English? All of them are talking about, the first one said, National Democratic Institution. Democratic Institution. Then what are we Biafra fighting for? Referendum. Is referendum not part of democracy? Then now the other one talk of Republican. Are we not a Republican? They know that we are Republican already. But when it came to Africa, then they upside English. They don't. There is no meaning in their English again. Because if to say there is meaning in their English, this one is talking about democracy. This one is talking about Republican. Talking about we want a referendum, and this referendum is where all this democracy and Republican can flourish. But they don't want us to do it. This same American talking about a democracy and Republican, when it comes to Africa, it looks like the English is no longer the same English. This same America was the one who give about 3 weeks ago, saying that the bandits will take over Abuja. This bandits, is it not an insecurity? And since then, they couldn't take over Abuja. Where are they? They have shipped them to Biafra land to cause insecurity. But they don't want. This same America, is it not America? They are one of the head of UN. And Antonio Guterres, the secretary of UN, said that Boko Haram is a good candidate. They are qualified enough to be scripted into Nigerian army. And they are still talking about the democracy. All these people that they are scripted, they are joining into Nigerian army. Where are they? Are they fighting any external war? It's all in Biafra land. All this ammunition they are acquiring, all of them is in Biafra land. And let me tell Biafrans all over the world, these people are not going to, they will not talk anything about you. I've told you that the only thing they know about you is only the advancement. As long as they as long as when it comes to election every 4 years, so many institutions will be talking. But when our mothers are dying, no institution. When they are killing our mother, there is no institution. When they are raping our mothers and everything is not in our land. Our land is like ghost. It's only the only thing you see in our land is 4-story building without lifter. That is the only thing that we have graduated on. And we Biafrans, we must rise up and not waiting for these people because they can't help us in any way. You have known that freedom is what? Is taken. Nobody will give you freedom. You have to. And what do? Now, these people, this mold they planted in our own land. They are doing their bidding. All these professors, all these lawyers who don't ask what is democracy, when it comes to Africa, the democracy is void. It's now void, null and void when it comes to Africa. Rise up, Africa, rise up Biafrans and take up your things because they will kill you. You are good. You are only good because of your oil. That's the only thing. They prefer you going to street of London, sweeping the street. That is what they prefer you from. After your education, after your qualification, after everything, you go and look after about an old woman. And they will be laughing at you. If you know what is democracy, why after studying Harvard University, in Oxford University, you can't come home to practice what is good about your education when you cannot practice it and teach your people and make good your people to a home citizen, to advancement of your own citizen. You cannot do that because they want you to remain there forever. They want you to remain there and talk only democracy, but you cannot practice it in your own country. That is what we are fighting for. Please, democracy institute and all this. What we want is referendum. Give us a referendum. That is the beginning of democracy. Don't turn English upside down. Don't turn English upside down. Don't think that we don't understand what you write it in your own language. Don't start doesn't mean we don't understand what we're talking about. You don't love us. Please, democracy, what we want is referendum. Leave our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, a prisoner of conscience. He done nothing. You don't talk of democracy when the Fulanis keep our leader after the court have given order to release him. You don't talk about democracy. I don't know what democracy. Biafrans, rise up and take your thing. Rise up and save yourself. Thank you, Professor Jonathan, for taking my call. Biafrans, I love you. IPOB members, you are my blood.
Of course. Democracy starts from even plebiscite. That is it. Caller on Signal. Can you hear me? Welcome to the program. Caller on Signal.
Yes, Brother Jonathan, can you hear me, sir?
Welcome to the program.
Okay, sir. Brother Jonathan, Biafrans all over the world. My name is Okechukwu Eshiko, and I'm calling from Aba province. I'm from Omo in Odu province. Jonathan, the importance of leadership as a topic. Do we have leaders there? And the whole international market for Lagos, which people get? Then John Jonathan go to all the international market there. All the seaports and our goods. Which market where Fulani and the Yoruba get from? Where they build. Then Jonathan Jishika. Nnamdi Kanu has done everything. Nobody can stop. Then Jonathan and I join. If Chukwukabama open Biafran's eyes and Biafran's waiting all this, the whole world, as they see them dead, as they gathered and massacred our ancestors. And they say everything. Tell Jonathan, you know, say now we people, now we be the real children of Chukwukabama. Catch it. How we guys sit down and Bible they pray better. Make sure that they close everybody. But Chukwukabama, if the God of 11, that's what they cannot do. He's in charge. That poster is going to America. The news is here. We got an informatic and it's coming to me, Joe Biden. I watch it. Nothing there, Joe Biden, the condition, the true situation of Nigeria. So that we will watch Joe Biden clear. They don't have the chicken, they watch what everybody. The option is very like that, they will burn the whole world and everybody follows. We know the shake here. Then the chicken, the central casting, chapter 7, chapter 8, and Esther chapter 9. And then the Jews destroyed their enemies. Go and watch that Esther chapter 7, verse 4, verse 5, and 6, before the whole war. What Esther told to the king. That is exactly what Fulani want to do. A total extermination. What does that do? What can you take it? That try to my God. Direct, and then you shall see it. You see this like a Chikwukabama this night. If the option of fire all over the world, we are capable of conquering the whole world. Not depending on what the front. Jonathan, instead the Biafra will not come. I can't tell them to come. The chat is over yourself. Let that man. Let the United Nations give us that to return, and then Fulani related. What have they done? But they have the right to tell, but that is that you are not above the line. It is disgrace to manage on this earth, and it cannot happen. Without the shit. My name is Okechukwu Eshiko. I'm from Omo from Biafra. Let us back. Let Chikodism be the peacefully. and you will live like human being. Biafra is anywhere you are, don't panic. Just get prepared. Any day they take it, they tell you like them. But the one anywhere you are, don't shake. Every we take the American, we will take America. Tada! Yeah. Ashafal. Okay, blessing upon the call for now. Can I pull out one in the Canada? I didn't know we were going to be on a step with the Fernando. And send the call, put up one in and call out the Bokem more one in the Atavia. The mattering. Okay. No. Oche. Omen I know much good come na gather.
There wo Mazi. Oh, hey, Biafra. There wo. Caller on WhatsApp, you'll be the last caller. Caller on WhatsApp, welcome to the program. Can you hear me?
Hey, good evening, sir.
There wo Mazi.
My name is Chinedu. I'm calling from Africa.
There wo.
Can you hear me?
The whole world is hearing you, not only me. Go on, please.
The problem we have in Africa on the whole is leadership. You can use Nigeria as an example. Our leaders told us that Fulani and pretend 50 whole years to pick first produce even in our own land. Look at the person in look at the one of us. Look at the one of Enugu State. Look at what is in Enugu now. Fulani herdsmen is ravaging the whole of Enugu. It is not even saying anything. The man is like somebody that is tired and can get somewhere. In fact, the problem we have, okay, if you look at what is going on now in this and that election, that coming home. One radio station opened their station today and people were calling in, they were asking the people that they should tell them what they are expecting from the new people that are coming. That is the new administration. Now, I was like telling these people, this one was bringing power, the certain power, this one is bringing security, that is tackling security, tackle this, tackle that. Now, I was not trying to tell them that these people you were telling what they do for you or what they're expecting from you. Do you know what they sign in Chatham House in Britain or what they sign in Pendant or somewhere else? Are they going to leave those things that they sign in those places to come and do what you are trying to get them for you now? The problem we have in Africa is even our friends are not local. The people that call themselves citizens are not things. And it is, I was telling somebody one day, the problem, what we are going to do people are issues here is bloody revolution. So what do I mean? Why should I say this? Why should I say that we are not, we don't respect leaders? What's a guy there? How can you respect somebody that is not even that cannot offer you what you expect from such person? Imagine you put a leader like Chinedu is telling you that you should vote him in, that is going to continue where Buhari stopped. Buhari has helped everybody. In fact, people have suffered for the past 8 years now. Now, Chinedu is not telling you that he's going to continue where he stopped. Now, what do you expect from such a person? Can't your mind tell you that you are heading to do vote this type of person? Now, somebody is also telling me that he is sent by God, that he is God's sent. This and that and that. Everybody, they are now, what everybody is now talking about is election. They cannot even reason together and say, how can we settle all these things? Look at the mess we have found ourselves in. How can you settle this mess? Election cannot settle all these things. My problem is that I don't even know if all these other tribes are also listening to the Biafra so that they are educated themselves mentally. Because our leader said the problem is now here, you will be saying this, you say that you are talking because you are from this part. Well, you don't want this, you don't want that. Now, somewhere I was telling them one day, they told you people that the problem is Igbo people. But now you have seen that the problem is people. They have, in fact, ravaged all the tribes that we have here. They have obligated different types of. One day, sorry, was it day before yesterday? Somebody will, Fulani people, or what they call them bandits, kidnap people somewhere around the city center. So, Mazi, the problem is too much. Let me just.
Of course it is.
Thank you so much.
We must face it head on. Caller on signal, please make it as brief as possible. Caller on signal, can you hear me?
Yes, Mazi, Jonathan, Chinedu, our professors. Without wasting much of our time, let me appreciate Chukwuka Abiyama, the God of our land, the God of the truth, the God of honesty, the God of faith, the God of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who sent him to come and liberate us. And he go around all the world and pick all the professors who are teaching us the good things and enlighten us how good people are living. May Elohim bless him and guide him and protect him. Give him more strength, more knowledge, more wisdom to finish the battle. He already finished the battle. Bless our DOS and Eastern Security Network and our radio presenters in the name of Chukwu Okuke Abiyama. He said. Mazi, you know, our problem, you have already said it all. That is a way British take us, and only us can save ourselves from these people. You know, in time of Israelites is an Africa. They are African country, but they took them to Europe, and they are trying to suppress them, but they are said no. The same thing with the Japanese, and the British don't want that kind of country to be in Africa, and they know that we are one of them. That is why they are gang up to suppress us. You know, everything, all the evil things that is happening in Africa is masterminded by British. They are using Nigeria to suppress Africa, and only us, as our leader said, Biafra will be the last miracle on earth. So Biafrans, everybody have already know our problem and why we are suffering. Every politicians in our land is our saboteurs. They are more dangerous than Fulani people, and they want to use them to suppress us more. Our leader has already show us the way. What remains us now to do is to make sure that we do the needful to separate ourselves from these people. We are not gaining anything from Fulani people. There is nothing Fulani is contributing in our life. Only killing and stealing. And Fulani, if Nigeria wanted to progress, remove corruption from Nigeria, you see Fulani will go, because Fulani is the masterminding evil, all the evil. What evil British teach them. But this time around, I give the glory to Chukwuka Abiyama, who sent Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to lead us. As far as Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is our leader, we must separate ourselves from these people. We don't have leader except Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and DOS and all the professors who are teaching us every day and night. We already know our problem, and we must do the needful. Dear friends, what we should do is to make sure that we follow the leadership that our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, set up, which is a DOS. And the Eastern Security Network is doing the needful. We must support them to make sure that our land is defended by them, because politicians are evil to us. If you see what's happening in Abakaliki today, you know what our leader said. We don't have men, we are land, but we think that we have men. Only 3 Fulani can sack entire village in the Biafra land. Today I saw this thing. I tell people, why are you learning? Why are you learning? Do you know where are you running to? You call yourself a man. May Elohim bless everybody. As far as we are getting closer to separate ourselves from these people, Chukwuka Abiyama is our God. We must continue. Thank you, my brother, for your good work. May Elohim bless you for your good work. Thank you, all the Biafrans.
This is where I'm going to switch off the phones. Thank you for very much. We must proceed to closing the program honestly. Before that, I will read this press release of 12/12/22 by IPOB. We advise British High Commissioner to stop her deception and remove herself from Nigeria politics. IPOB. We, the global movement and family of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB under Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, wish to advise British High Commissioner Catriona Liang to remove herself from Nigeria fraudulent politics and political process. We also wish to let her know that the British government contributes 99.9% of political and other problems. British government forcefully colonized and looted our resources and traded our people as slaves. Britain selfishly and forcefully amalgamated unwilling and parallel ethnic groups into a cage called a country. Britain introduced election rigging in Nigeria by falsification of population census in 1964 in favor of the Northern Protectorate. That is what I preach today, just as if I know that's it. They are the people that did it. Do you understand? When they talk about election, they want to help you to get good election. They are the Lucifer. You know, they brought Lucifer in our land, devil. We didn't have devil in our land. Britain came, they are the devil, the number one devil. They are killing you, but they will come to be your savior, and you take it because you don't think, you don't reason. If it's only in Nigeria that people in a desert region will claim to be more in population than people in the rainforest region. But this was done with the help of British manipulations in Nigeria. Britain is indirectly fueling the crisis in Nigeria by taking sides with the North against the South, but particularly against the Igbos. British High Commissioner in Abuja is engineering Nigeria government and security agencies to kill and burn down properties belonging to Biafra citizens, to force us to abandon the Biafra movement and struggle. After all, this is what they have been doing. Right from, do you remember what they call the Ababi women riot? It's Aba protest, Aba women protest. When Biafran women from both in Ijo, Ibibio, all gathered in Aba to protest for the heavy taxes, even against women in our land. Where men, they became compromised. And women rose up. Do you know that more than 50 women were killed, were shot to death by British military? Do you know that? Go and make your researches. They burnt houses. This is the legacy Britain, led in Nigeria. Any slightest thing, they will kill people. The military will come out to kill people and burn houses. It started right from the colonial period, and today they will be telling you, they want to Catherine. That is, the Lucifer you are seeing is the British and their agents. These are the Lucifer. Go and listen to the revelations of Hamza Mustafa, because he knew he was part of the system. So he understood. He has the information. He knew some things that even some of all these people rigmaroling as Nigerian ministers didn't even know. He knew it. Let me finish it. British High Commissioner, you are a biased diplomat and has never been sincere in your dealings and utterances concerning Nigeria. You are not telling your government the truth about your involvement in Nigeria politics and national affairs unless they advise you to do so. They advise her to do so. Do not forget that this shot devil that is called Katrina Liang, she was the person in Zimbabwe. I could remember during the time of Mugabe, she tortured Mugabe to the extent every election result is this woman that we first of all come to announce the result in Zimbabwe. You know, they said they uplifted her. The British government said the work well done by bringing her to Nigeria. You understand? I don't know. I think this woman is from China's origin of China or Taiwan. The same thing with Frederick Lugard. I don't know what we do this type of people in this world. I don't know. They continue torturing our lives. We have to rise up against them. Honestly, they are killing us and torturing our lives. I don't know what type of world is it. They come the same world, we come the same world together with them. Why should they take advantage and be torturing our lives? For goodness sake, why? Anyway, I can't live in war here. I can't live in war here. It will end. It will end. They think that they are God to others, they are God to us. You know, not us Biafrans. We will continue fighting this until these people will leave us. Must is a must, M-U-S-T. They must leave us alone. I'm telling you. Why should a country, they come to a country always torturing because of drinking what is our resources? To live, to make sure that their people live well. Why? How many centuries now? They cannot leave us alone. We will force them to do so, because an oppressor will never stop until you force him to do so, and that is what we are doing. We will force them. Don't worry. There is no way they can kill all of us. We must continue what we are doing. No bowing down. Dear High Commissioner, Mrs. or Miss Katrina Liang, whether he has a husband, all this useless set of people. Dear High Commissioner, Miss Katrina Liang, you are much involved in so many fraudulent activities going on in Nigeria. You are part of the problem, not part of the solution. You have become among the cabals who select a Nigeria British loyal president that will guarantee uninterrupted free flow of oil from Biafra land to Britain. IPOB wishes to advise Madam British High Commissioner to extricate herself from Nigeria's fraudulent political activities, and most especially from its ethnic and fascism politics. Comrade Emma Powerful, Media and Publicity Secretary. We must continue facing these people. There is another press release also, but I will leave it. Nigerian government is heavily lobbying international organizations against IPOB. We know that they are spending a lot of money. We make them to continue bleeding. You know, they don't understand. Nigeria, instead of Biafra not to be restored, Nigeria will be destroyed. Everybody, people don't understand what our leader said, what he meant. That every living thing will die, will perish. They are using the money that they're supposed to do projects in order to fight IPOB. We continue bleeding them. We will never stop. We will continue bleeding them. This is where I'm going to stop. Biafra is our religion. Biafra is who we are. We are created to be equal human beings with others. But unfortunately, because of the way we think, because of, the level of, ignorance in our brain, we believe that we are lower. It is not true. We are the same with any type of human being. So why should others come to lord over us? Is it not the same brain that we have? We must continue what we are doing. Our leader must be released. Without no Biafra, no peace. That is the slogan. No Biafra, no peace in Nigeria. Thank you for listening. From me, Mazi Jonathan Chinedu, from here, it is simply good evening.
Wabu ogani gala na lekwere na kwabu. Biafra, ndị ngozi obodo bụ sọma, obodo doro nsọ. Wabu ogani gala na lekwere na kwabu. Biafra, ndị ngozi obodo bụ sọma, obodo doro nsọ.
July massacre and the May massacre, which, as you know, was therefore pushing us towards a scenario where if you're outside eastern region of Nigeria, you're not safe as an Igbo person, or you're not safe if you're an Eastern. In Lagos, the first person they killed was someone who looked like an Igbo person. It's Captain Ekenem on Carter Bridge. They just looked at him and said, "You look Igbo." They killed him. He's from Calabar. Okay? In Yoruba land, in Abeokuta, in Ibadan, in Lagos, nowhere was safe for the Igbo person. In Lagos, they go from door to door. They knock on your door and they said, "Toro." If you say Toro like the Igbo person, they realize they're Igbo and they killed you. Some of the houses were dubbed "So Brother," so you know which one belongs to the Yoruba, which one belongs to the Igbo. So the Igbos had to leave Lagos. If you give the account of those who are famous like Chinedu, he has to make his way and escape from Lagos. Okay? So they were after them. So nowhere therefore was safe for an Igbo person. So they decided to have a conference. This happened in July, and come September, the conference was going on, and this was going on, they had more killings in the north. The killing was such that Gowon himself had to appeal and ask them, for God's sake, stop killing. That's enough now. Yeah, they carried on killing. And the type of killing is not just, they killed you with impunity. They have all sorts of methods of killing people. People were buried in wells. They just dumped them inside the well and sealed the well. Pregnant women had their womb ripped up and the children killed. The women were rounded up from, if you like, nursing colonies, from nursing schools, and sent to leper colonies to be gang raped by lepers. There's no atrocity university on the people of Eastern region. And so, as a result, they all gathered to the Eastern region, those who escaped. And the account is all in this booklet I'm talking to you about, the Tribunal of Justice, and is worth people to read it and understand the background to why the Biafrans that was declared a year later said that they couldn't be safe anywhere in Nigeria. Okay, so because I don't know if you want me to pause regarding the killing, or whether you want me to clarify and answer some more questions.
All right, Mazi, I think it's up to you how you want to do it. I mean, for us, we are just listening and learning, of course, with our history. So you go ahead and do it. And of course, if you can start summarizing for today, unfortunately, time is always an issue. In the next 10 minutes, see if you can summarize. And then next week, we come back with another part 3. Go ahead, please.
Okay. So therefore, people were returning from the north. Those who escaped with all sorts of wounds. Remember, some of them were permanently wounded and injured. Some were maimed for life. Some came back with some pieces of their body. A mother will have a basket as she was running. And the only thing inside that basket is the severed head of her daughter. After plaiting the head, they just chopped the head off, and the mother carried the baby and put it inside the basket and ran. When the train stopped at a place like Makurdi, the bodies were dumped in the Benue River. There was somebody, 6'2" person, I forgot his name, who was beheaded, and abdomen ripped open and his intestine gushing out, and they put his body back in the train. So when he arrived in Nnamdi, he was supposed to scare the Igbos. And the other thing is that Ojukwu in December, around the Christmas time, with all these goings on, I read somewhere that they put a box, sent him a box of presents from the north. And when they opened it, there was a head of an Igbo person. And they're supposed to scare him. His name is Ondimegu. How do you scare somebody whose name is Fair? So they made a wrong judgment, thinking that Ojukwu is going to capitulate. So this is why the Igbos, if you like, and Easterners came together and said, this cannot go on forever. You can't kill us in 45, kill us in 53, kill us in 1966, May, July, September, October, all the way to December. And they want us to be in one country. So Ojukwu was told, what's this thing about Aburi? We want to go to Aburi to talk to what? About what? We can't trust these people. So Ojukwu said, we have to take one extra step. So he was persuaded to go to Aburi to say, how are we going to live with people? We can't go to Lagos, we're not safe. We can't go to the north, we're not safe. Even where we are, we're not safe. Okay? So what do we do? Well, Jojo is better than war. It's always good to talk. So they went to Ghana, and luckily for them, it was Ankara, who's the Ghana head of state, who invited them, and a place called Aburi, where they sat down and mapped out how is it possible to live together again in one country, where one section is being killed with impunity. So Ojukwu told them, and they all agreed. The first thing is to renounce the use of force to solve the problems. As gentlemen, they're not going to use force anymore. They agreed. They said, okay, how about what we do with the military? Those from the east, they return to the east. Those in the west go to the west. Those in the north go back to the west, to the north. Okay, so in other words, you have your military come to where you are from, your place of origin. How about police force? You have areas of command. In other words, we need to have separate components of these security forces to guarantee some form of security. You need to pull apart slightly, remain in one country, so that when things are cooled down, we can then come back together. Everyone agreed. It's a great idea. Yeah. So, well, why don't we sign the forms? They signed the form. General Ankara said yes. Are you guys happy with this? Said yes. Ankara was so happy. I'm so happy with you guys. Well done. We solved this African problem and so on. We just have to carry on as brothers. So they came home. Aburi was conducting a cordial arrangement. Everybody was happy. Then Gowon was supposed to announce the findings. Remember, the Supreme Commander was still missing. Aguirre was still missing. They had to announce that he has died, and therefore we're now going to make Gowon the Supreme Commander. Okay, because up until then, he's not the Supreme Commander, because he took power from the Supreme Commander, and he hasn't consulted the rest of the military. Okay, so now he wasn't any more superior in rank than what's his name, Robert Adenka, who is the Western governor. Neither is he more superior militarily than Ojukwu, but he assumed power because the people behind him have got the guns. So after Aburi, it was decided that Gowon could be the Supreme Commander. Okay? But everybody, if you have a decision, we all have to agree to that decision before we go ahead with it. In other words, you have to have it in concurrence. Everyone has to agree. But Gowon then said, no. According to the people advising him, his permanent secretary, I say, well, we know you signed this, but it's going to cause Nigeria to divide. We're not going to agree to it. So you have to change your mind. And we say the British might have been also inspired to not to allow him to sign this, to carry out what they agreed to. So as a result, there's a retraction. He started going back on his word. Unknown to him, though, known to him, fully aware that the Aburi Accord was recorded on a gramophone. So it's not a case of you said, I said, or he said. There's evidence of what was actually discussed.
So, Mazi, what you are telling me is that Aburi Accord was recorded. Is that right?
Yes, it was recorded in gramophone.
So tell me, how do we explain this man, this old dying, lying man go on. Till today, he is still saying Ojukwu is twisting the truth. That was not what we agreed in Aburi, even though it was recorded.
Yes, one day we'll get the Aburi played. So that's what was played in the eastern region. Yeah, this is what happened in Aburi. We all listened to it. And the T-shirts came out. On Aburi, we stand. Okay? We are not going to budge on Aburi. Okay? So they all knew what happened. So because they had the superior weapons, all the military, everything was in the north. So they thought, well, if Ojukwu disobey, we declare a state of emergency, we invade the east, and it would take about 72 hours, and that would be it. And that is what happened. So Aburi, they negated on it, including paying those who abandoned their jobs. If you're working for the government in the north, let's say you work in the railway, you haven't been paid since May. You ran away, and no one's paying you. No one paying your school fees for children. There's no means of livelihood. The eastern region was supposed to support all these 2 million XM flocks. So there comes a time when you say, well, what are you going to do about all this? Part of the Aburi agreement was to help pay towards them. Gowon reneged. Ojukwu said, okay, from April 1967, we're going to collect tax in the east. And the money we collect in the east, we're going to use it to rehabilitate those refugees. And we're going to keep the money. Gowon said, you can't do that. If you do that, we will blockade you. So Ojukwu went ahead with the survival edict, which is what he propagated. And Gowon said, I'm going to impose a blockade. So it's sealed off, so you can't trade from the east. As a result, you can see with a journey of no return. You can't go back to Nigeria, they'll kill you. You can't stay as you are, they blockade you. You declare yourself a different country. And that was what happened. So Ojukwu called all the experts to come and sit down and discuss what our options are. Do we stay in Nigeria or do we leave Nigeria? They voted with their feet. Means there was a unanimous decision that we've had enough of all these duplicitous people who want to kill us, take our resources, and leave us to die. So they said, please, Ojukwu, at the earliest practical date, we are not asking you, we are mandating you, declare Eastern Region a sovereign nation by the name Republic of Biafra. Before the ink could dry on that day's conference, Gowon decided to divide the country and carve the East into different sections, River State, Ogoja State, East Central State, and reduce it into a dot. Okay, this is where it all started. So if you carve up the country, you didn't ask your permission, nobody knew where the boundary was, you just declare that area is now East Central State, River State, and Ogoja State, and then you declare a state of emergency. And you're going to take over the whole area.
All right, Mazi.
So that is why the people fought.
Mazi, as we are about to summarize, I want to ask you this question. Let's put this record straight. So basically, what I'm getting to understand, or what you're telling me, is that the reason why Gowon divided the state is to confuse and create hatred among us, because it's working. If you ask me, it is working. You should hear where an Imo State man is talking to an Anambra, and where an Anambra person is talking to an Imo. You will never know that they speak the same language, because that was the whole idea of divide and rule. Can you summarize on that note? And then, of course, next week we'll continue. Go ahead, please.
Yes. The idea of dividing the Eastern region is to weaken the Eastern region as a unit. Okay, you try to weaken them by dividing into along ethnic lines. The only problem with that is that you don't know where the boundaries are. Because Port Harcourt, for example, used to be an Owerri province. So the Igbos, if you like, and their brothers developed Port Harcourt. If you now excise Port Harcourt away from Igbo as a territory, you're asking for trouble, because these are the people who built Port Harcourt. So it's a deliberate ploy to sow seeds of discord among the Eastern region. The people from Ogoni, Ejo, Ogoja, they were all involved in the declaration of Biafra. They turned up in the elders' meeting, consultative assembly, Eastern region. And it was a unanimous decision to pull away from Nigeria because they've had enough at that stage. Nigeria cannot guarantee they're not going to kill you. Okay? So you have no choice but to be your own. And the whole Biafra was the shield. The Ojukwu said, if you can cross this line from the north, he won't go out to the north to bring you back, but if you can cross this line and come to the eastern region, then you are safe. It will do everything it can to protect you. And that is how Biafra came to be. So on the 30th of May, Ojukwu declared Biafra, the eastern region, as a sovereign state. Remember, the killing started in May 66. We're talking a whole year of deliberation before Biafra was declared as a sovereign state. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Mazi. You know, when it comes to the end of this program, I feel it continues again. To be honest with you, I was born after the war. And whenever I hear this history, oh my goodness me, I sit and I want to listen and listen and learn. Mazi, please, you're not going to let me down now. Next week is yet another Date with Destiny. It is part 3 of Biafran history. Thank you very much, Mazi. We appreciate you.
Thank you. What I'm going to share with you is the ongoing history of how Biafra came about. And it's not something we rush through because history has been denied in the school, and therefore people grew up not knowing what actually happened. I'm not going to say, everything that I speak to you, I was there. No, nobody can possibly be there. But we are so blessed and so privileged to have the Eastern Nigerian government at the time. They took their time to record what happened to our people. So, what did they do? They went about to establish a tribunal. This tribunal is to allow those who survived the pogrom to come and give eyewitness accounts of what they went through. They were cross-examined. They were under oath in front of the High Court judge, the Chief Justice. This new case commission was targeted at getting at the bottom of the truth of what happened to our people. So it's a worthy read. I wish one day in every Biafran school we will have this commission report called the Massacre of Nnamdi, 1966. Is anybody who can read and can understand must read it. So there'll be no ambiguity as to what happened to our people. Briefly then, the tribunal was set up by the Eastern Region government to ask those who survived the pogrom. Remember that those who died, nobody could give account of them. Those people who actually survived, who extricated themselves out of the north or northern Nigeria, were asked to come and give witness. It took 49 days. There were 253 witnesses. There was an exhibition of 498 exhibits. They went from town to town, from Enugu to Onitsha, to Aba, to Port Harcourt, to Calabar, to Uyo and Ogoja, gathering this information and therefore recording it, not just for you and I to read, but for history and also for posterity. So the issue at the moment in Nigeria is that those who perpetrated this crime don't even want to say they have done it, let alone apologize for it. there are still ongoing killing of our people. If we do not know where this thing started, how are we then going to defend ourselves? So there's a saying that if we don't know where the rain started beating us, we're not going to learn to defend ourselves from the rain. So this is the reason behind knowing the source of the history and the eyewitness accounts, which I'm going to share with you today. Because of the time constraint, I'm going to therefore limit it and structure it in such a way that hopefully most of you will understand it. There are under headings of motives. Why did this happen? The motives for massacre. The next one is the methodology. How do you get about it? And of course, the crime itself, the madness, the murder. It's like a crime scene. What motives they have? How did they go about it? And the actual crime. So motives, method, and the madness, I call it. The third bit is to look at, just pick, because of the time, we can't go through every single witness account. We pick maybe 2 or 3 towns where this pogrom was visited and the people of Eastern region. Remember at that time, they're not called Biafrans. They thought they were Nigerians. They're in the same country. But where they were is a different part of the same country, but were killed by their neighbors, their co-workers, and so on and so forth. So we're going to look at the towns like Katsina, Kanu, Kanji, and of course Kaduna. So I'm going to begin by saying to you the motives, quite briefly. Okay, so Mazi might be surprised to note that one of the witnesses, his name is Mazi, S-W-A-N Onoha. I'm not sure if they're related.
Maybe, who knows?
It's just,
that's a sweet coincidence.
Yes, so just in case it's related, you have a relative who went to the north in the 60s. It might be part of their witness. Okay, so what I'm going to read to you is what they thought was the motivating factor. What in the crime scene or in the criminal court? I'm sure I'm talking out of my league here. You know more about it than I do. The judge will ask you, what are the motives? If you say he didn't, what are his motivations? What motivated him to do such a thing? So we can look at extenuating circumstances, for example. So the motivation, for example, so now what I'm going to tell you about. The motive for the pogrom is something which they have looked into. Okay, and they said that the question is the complete extermination of Easterners from the place in the north. In other words, how did they stop killing people in the north? Well, the answer to that is when there was no more Easterners to be killed. So they have succeeded. So that's one of the motives, to chase away and kill as many of Easterners as they possibly can in the north. Okay? Then, in connection, they had what they call the 7-point program, or 7-point agenda of the organizers of the pogrom. Some people went down, they had several meetings, they organized this actual killing of the Easterners. It's Exhibit SWAN, that's the initials of Mr. Onoha, SWAN, so it's Exhibit SWAN 24, and it reads as follows. Number 1 motive, to kill off the Major General and the Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces. His name is Major General JTU Agi Rensi. They succeeded. Secondly, to kill off all the Yamri army officers. They killed as many as they can. Over 200 of them were killed. The third one is to subsequently purge the army of Yamri by killing the rest of the ranks and file. What happened? They called a bugle. Everybody came out, and those who were evil were chased out from the line and killed. The officers murdered. Okay? So this all happened on the 29th of July. Then the next reason for motivation was, with the aid of the Westerners, they said, in the army, to take complete control of the armed forces. They take over the complete control of the police force, the navy, and to purge off the Yamiris, as they call the Easterners, in all these forces. So they turned around the Nigerian military, which was multi-ethnic, multilingual, multi-religious, into a mono-ethnic. Well, a bloc from the north, which is supposed to control the army, police, navy, air force, everything. So that is all part of their motivation. So we are feeding in Nigeria today part of this plan, this one's exhibition, this Mr. Onwa has exhibition of the plan for killing our people. Then the next one is to kill off and dispossess all the Anyamri domiciled in the northern region. They succeeded. Then the next was to use the armed forces to take complete control of the country's government. And that's what they did under Yakubu Gowon. So they took over the complete control, the running machinery of the government, because they killed Agi Urensi, they killed his host, Faji, who's a Yoruba guy in Ibadan, looking up who is his host. They killed both of them, and then they turned onto the soldiers and killed them. And as a result, they made the place ungovernable, in the sense that they controlled the Lagos, they controlled the north, and they had difficulty taking over the east. So the coup of 29 of July 1966 was partially successful. They changed the government, all right, but they have not got complete control of the eastern region. So because Ojukwu was in the eastern region, because the coup did not affect that, it was a partial success. And that is why we had the war. Because Ojukwu said, no, you can't cross this line and kill my people and get away with it. So part of the motivation also was they want a revenge. Okay, you can argue that the Saduna Sokoto, who is, as I said last time, the spiritual leader and also the governor of the northern region then, should not have been killed. The hotheads, the young military, the majors and the captains, led by Nzog in the north, Ifajin in the west, they succeeded in killing their spiritual leader, Saduna Sokoto, Hamadu Bello. And then Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, his prime minister, was also killed. So now, part of the motive there for killing all the people living in the north who have Eastern origin was to get rid of these people, and because having killed their own, they want to revenge on Dr. Azikiwe, they want to kill Dr. Abara, they want to kill Ojukwu, they want to kill Major Nzogu. The interesting thing is killing Ojukwu, although Ojukwu became the governor of the Eastern region, he was actually in the north, helped to stop the coup in the north. The Commonwealth countries met in Lagos, and all the politicians were returning from Lagos to Kanu. Ojukwu welcomed them. So if they think it was an Igbo coup, he would have locked them all up. But he was one who protected and looked after them. So yet, in their agenda or motive, they want to kill Ojukwu and and also Major Nzogu. Major Nzogu died during the war, but they gave him a military honor burial. They took his body from Enugu, where he died, around the Nsukka sector, and buried him in Kaduna, as I understand. Okay, so then the next thing is to destroy Port Harcourt, Enugu, University of Nigeria, and Nsukka, which they have succeeded partly, because the University of Nsukka, even up till now, the chemical department has not been activated, because they're fear that they may produce more chemicals during the war. And then finally, to kill off all the Yamri top civil servants, and all the wealthy Yamri, male and female, all the Yamri educated giants. It's like if you don't have the educated giants, you kill other people's educated giants. Anyway, all grown up males and females in Yamri, and then to leave only sucklings and Yamri in their land. And in their radio Kaduna broadcast throughout the war is, yes, let us go and kill all the Yamris, rape their women, take their property, and leave them the just baby suckling. So that was all the motivation. So if you're in the middle of the court and the judge asks, what was their motive? These are the 7-point agenda which is lined up and was made known to us by the witness. He's called his 8th witness, Mr. S-A-W-A-N Onoha. Okay, so that is a basis for which to operate on. Now, how did they go about the method? The method they went about was excessive madness in a way. They didn't just kill you, they made sure the way they went about it was so bad. And it's maybe some of us have to make sure you have strong stomach when we read most of the things they did to our people. Okay? How did they do it? First of all, there's a planned killing of our people. Like most genocide, they have those who sit down and plan it. So it was planned, mostly by their undergraduates at Ahmadu Bello University. They also had sometimes the help of the foreigner. British people, especially British lecturers, assisted them in planning this pogrom. They wanted revenge of the Sadwana. They wanted to make sure nobody on the east rose in the northern part to play any role whatsoever. So the killing was deliberate. It was directed. It was specific, targeting Easterners. Well, I keep calling them Easterners so that you know, at that time they were from eastern region of Nigeria. So they were targeting directly to them, specific to them. If you find a Yoruba person, you left them out. If you find an Igbo person, you killed them. It was unrelenting. In other words, there were several waves of it. There was one in May. There was one in July. There was one in September. There was one in October. So it was waves after waves after waves. Was it spontaneous? Well, if you throw a pebble inside a pond, it will strain from the point where it landed and ripple outwards. Okay? But this one, it didn't start from one point and then ripple outwards. It was every city started at 7 o'clock on Saturday evening. It was planned. Okay, imagine a whole vast area of northern Nigeria, as big as Western Europe. Every single city, they all came out to start killing the Igbos 7 o'clock on a Saturday in one of the instances. So it was planned on that time at that hour. Then what else? It was coordinated. They even had buses which the native authority had. It's like the people who run northern Nigeria. They're called the native authority. Part of them run the police and so on. So they took the buses from these people, went into the villages, and got people to come out from the villages to come into town to kill the Igbos, or to kill the Yamris, or to kill the Easterners. They also imported, in some instances, people who are believed not to be necessarily Nigerians, but people from Chad and so on, specifically come to join in killing. They use all sorts of weapons. There is an arrow, axes, clubs, stones. They use guns. They use any weapon they can get hold of. They burned people alive. They buried them in wells. They all did all sorts of things. And the most important thing that tell you that was not a spontaneous accident that happened, people were just rioting and killing anyhow. They were involved by they used the typed, let me repeat that, typed address of where the Easterners live. They had in their hand typed address of where these people live, so they would not miss their houses. Okay. When they went to Yoruba land, I mentioned before, they had to knock on your door and they mentioned Toro. And if you say Toro like an Igbo person compared to Yoruba person, they know you are foreign and they killed you. Okay. Don't forget the people's faces were also scarred. You can also identify who is Yamli or who is from Eastern region and who isn't by the scar on their faces and so on and so forth. So if you're Yoruba, you normally have your scar, your tribal marking, I call it, and also